we are concerned with the storm. But yeah, there's a lot going on there that is tough to answer. More or less likely once it makes landfall. I would say that it could be more likely once it makes landfall because the storm will essentially lose its self-sustaining mechanisms and thus be subject more to the local environment rather than creating its own local environment around it that allows it to persist. Okay. And last question here that I've got for now. What is the biggest storm surge these areas, the areas of landfall around Tampa, south of Tampa, have ever seen in the past? So, storm surge is when those waves are coming on shore way higher than they should be. Um, and I had my analyst team look up some of this so that we could gather information resources for this. There were a few hurricanes in the past century. It's been over a century, actually, 101 years since a hurricane has made landfall near the Tampa Bay area. And in that last century, there have been a few large storms that have brought waves 6 to 10 feet. Uh, that may be a hurricane. So there was a hurricane. Let's see, I had that open. What happened to it? It was Hurricane Elena in late August of 1985 did cause the highest storm surge recorded near Tampa, which was, I think it was over 6 feet, according to this article from Ocean Weather Services.
A new
So,
tornado warning has been
and
issued.
that's a problem because new tornado warning, by the way. Okay, that new tornado warning was issued for Broward County, Florida. That is an extension into the Everglade National Parks. This should not be affecting a civilized area or residential area at this time. In
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Can anybody hear me? I think we lost Andy, or I lost connection. We'll find out here in just a second. Okay, I think we lost. I think we lost Andy. All right, we'll get Andy back in here in just a minute.
Hey Ryan, Andy just blue screened,
Oh no.
but we can hear you.
Okay. All right. Okay, so Andy's okay, guys. He's just he's having some computer issues. I've been there. But I really appreciate the break. I got me some water. All right, I stood up, I stretched my legs. Got me just for the little bit of extra push to get me through the rest of the evening. I got me some Mountain Dew, and we're just we're good to go now. All right, we'll wait for Andy to come back. And we're going to continue to monitor this situation. Okay. I am one of the reasons why we have Andy on board with us. It's just because there's so much that goes on. First of all, he's a brilliant meteorologist, by the way. To anybody who's saying he looks too young or anything, he's just got good genetics. He is a degreed meteorologist, and he's actually like incredibly smart. Like he knows his stuff. But also, like, there's so much stuff that happens during these streams that back when it was just me, I would miss a lot of stuff. So having Andy in the background and the rest of our weather analysts helps us get more information out to you. My whole goal here is just to get as much information out to you guys as possible quickly without any like buffer. And Andy helps me do that. So we're happy to have Andy being a part of the team. And he's back. So he's all right. He's back. I thought that I lost connection. I thought that my internet pooped. But Andy is back with us now. Okay, so we're going to get back into everything we were just talking about. We're going to talk to Andy some more here in a minute. We're going to continue this hurricane coverage. But I do want to take a very quick moment and just thank everyone for all the support. Give me just a second. Now I'm getting PC problems. Make sure. Okay. All right. All right. I just want to thank everyone for being a part of this and helping us share. We've reached an incredible amount of people today. And I also just want to thank everybody who has helped out in the form of a super chat or becoming a member or just subscribing to the channel. I haven't been able to shout everybody out. There's just been so many people. So just thank you guys for seriously. We're going to be here with you throughout this entire thing. And my goal is to be here for you throughout anything that happens like this in the future. So Call Me Josh has been super supportive. I mean, just like an unbelievable amount of support. Thank you so much, Call Me Josh. David Lennox, thank you. Andrew Hoffman, Dean Linkmer, Old Man Gibb, thank you. Kenny Freeman. I mean, there's just so many of you guys who are supporting, and I just I couldn't be happier for the support. And remember, you know, your contributions help us continue to do this, but you don't have to do that. Nobody is required to do the super chat thing. All right, I want to make that abundantly clear. Just like the video, just hit the like button, and you have done your part to help us continue to move this machine forward. If you are just now tuning in, we have a huge hurricane in progress, Hurricane Ian, and this is what it looks like from space, zoomed out. This really kind of puts it into perspective, exactly what it looks like. I'm retweeting this. So one of the things that you see here is the poleward outflow up here. We've got a lot of, like, this is the hurricane, right? But you see all this like moisture, all this stuff going up towards the North Pole. This is part of what's getting taken away from Hurricane Ian in association with that big trough. If you watched our videos leading up to this, one of the main steering factors, one of the big deciding factors as to which direction this storm went was the trough up here. And this storm did eventually latch on to the trough, and now it's getting sucked up towards it. And you can see that happening here. So this is a big hurricane. I like whenever I make a video and it's titled Massive Hurricane, I think some people think that that's a little bit of like a sensationalism thing. No, this is actually a massive hurricane. This is a giant one. It's bigger than normal. And I just wanted to show this for perspective. Mark Adkins says there's 36,000 people watching, but only 24,000 likes. Good way to point that out. Everybody that's watching right now, hit the like button. It helps us with the algorithm and all that stuff. But yeah, that's a picture of Hurricane Ian from space. Here is a color enhanced picture of hurricane a little bit closer. And you can see that actually some of the outer bands of the core really is starting to make it into Florida right now. So this thing's moving quick. It's moving quick, but it's also moving kind of slow. That we don't expect this to make it to where it's going to make landfall until closer to 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. tomorrow. Okay, so this thing's going to sit here and it's going to intensify and get stronger and stronger until the majority of the storm is over land, and then it'll start weakening. So it'll make landfall close to a Category 4 near Fort Myers and Cape Coral. But by the time it gets up here, just 100 miles inland, maybe. The winds will be down to 80 miles an hour to be a Category 1. By the time the center of low pressure's over Orlando, it's going to be a tropical storm. So it's going to weaken very quickly once it goes over Florida. And then it's going to continue to go, and it might actually go back over the Atlantic Ocean. There's some discrepancy in the models But the most likely thing that's going to happen is it's going to stall out over Florida and then kind of curl back up into Georgia. And during this process, it's going to weaken tremendously. We're going to see a lot of rain. We're going to see a lot of wind in Georgia. We might even see an isolated tornado threat. But it's not going to be the biggest impacts are going to be felt right here on the southwestern side of Florida. But one thing that could also happen that I'm interested in seeing if this is the way that's actually going to go is this could go across Florida pretty quickly and kind of make it a little bit further out into the Atlantic and then maybe kind of curl back up towards the Carolinas. If that happens, we might see Hurricane Ian go down to a tropical storm and then slowly reform back into a low category 1, maybe, tropical storm or a category 1 hurricane, and then come up towards North Carolina. We're not sure if that's going to happen or not, but it is a possibility. Let's look at that cone of uncertainty, and you can see that even the National Hurricane Center understands that. One of the things that it's really important to keep note of is that whenever we're looking at the cone of uncertainty here, the red area does not denote the impact zone. It just tells you where the center of the storm could possibly go. So the center of low pressure could go this way. It could go over Atlanta, or it could go over Myrtle Beach, or anywhere in between. And if it goes this way, then the impact zone will be like this. If it goes this way, then the impact zone will be like this. So we're only forecasting where the center of Hurricane Ian might go with the cone of uncertainty. So there's still a lot of uncertainty there, as you can see. And the further out this goes into the warm waters in the Atlantic Ocean, the more likely it becomes that we may see some intensification once it gets back out over water. But it's too soon. It's really too soon to talk about that too in depth, I guess, because we're just too far away. Let's take a look at the most recent HWRF. By the way, we still have 3 tornado warnings in effect. I am going to go over those here in a second, but I do want to just kind of look at the hurricane forecast real quick, because that's the main purpose of what we're doing here. HWRF model takes this storm right up to, oh my goodness, this one's still having the storm intensify rapidly right up to the coast. This is showing potentially a 929 millibar low pressure center right off of Cape Coral. This would mean more than likely a high end, category 4, 130, 135 mile an hour winds, maybe 140. And obviously just devastating storm surge in the Fort Myers, Naples, Inglewood, and Cape Coral regions. It shows landfall, though, a little bit farther north than the track from the National Hurricane Center. Shows it right over Sarasota around 5 p.m. tomorrow. And once again, this would drive the Gulf of Mexico into Cape Coral and Naples in these areas in the form of storm surge. And then it shows it kind of weakening, obviously, over the state of Florida. We're going to get a lot of rain in Orlando and Tampa, lots of gusty winds during this time period. The Villages, Palm Coast, Jacksonville, Gainesville, Atlantic Beach, lots of rain, lots of heavy, storm impacts during this time, but it's not going to be a hurricane. And then watch what happens. It shows that center of low pressure go out to sea a little bit farther than some of the other models. And while it's out there, even though it's brief, it is going to try to intensify a little bit. And then that might make the storm just a little bit more impactful for places in Georgia, like Savannah, Georgia, Charleston, South Carolina, and then the rest of the Carolinas. I mean, we're talking about really heavy rain here. And possibly in a situation like this where we have training supercells coming off the ocean, just like we saw today in Fort Lauderdale and Miami, see a tornadic aspect to this as well. And then, by the time it gets out of there, it's really not going to be much of anything to worry about unless there's a severe weather aspect on the eastern side. You'll get rain in Kentucky, West Virginia, Ohio, Pennsylvania, all the way up into Canada out of this thing. The energy, the massive amount of energy inside of a storm like Hurricane Ian does not just disappear. It gets transferred up and out. And in this case, it's going to happen. It's going to turn in just into a big mid-latitude cyclone. I'm going to try to find a good way to show that to you. So yeah, here, let me show you this. This is a Hurricane Ian. This is what it'll look like tonight. Tomorrow when it makes landfall. What happens is that surface low, like the real strong, intense core of the storm, once that weakens and gets undercut by the dry air, it gets picked up and lofted off to the north, and then kind of all the energy kind of goes up into this more broad spinning system. You see how that there's a really tight spin here. Once it goes over Florida, now we're looking at this big giant spin. Now we've got this big mid-latitude cyclone. That transfer of energy is going to spread the impacts really far. So once again, from Georgia all the way up into Canada, there'll be gusty winds and rain and potentially thunderstorms from this. And then that's going to continue to go all the way through probably Tuesday, and like a week from now, we will still be seeing remnants of Hurricane Ian over the mid-Atlantic regions. So this is a big storm. It's a big impactful storm. It's incredible how much energy it's picking up and how long it's going to take for that to get mixed in to the rest of our weather system. It's how much of a disruption this is. And it really goes to show how
a new tornado warning has been issued.
just how much energy is in that storm. A new tornado warning was just issued for Hendry and Collier County, Florida, man. How many tornado warnings have they been under today? Let's come back over to the radar and let's get an updates on our tornadoes. Once again, we have 2 tornado warnings right now. We got one for Palm Beach County. We got one for Collier County. The one up here, by the way, we also have flash flood warnings for North Miami, all the way up there through Pembroke, Pines, and areas just north of there, including Cooper City. These are the areas that got hit by the tornado earlier. And the reason they've got a flash flood warning is just because the training storms that went over them dumped so much rain. But anyways, we got a tornado warning up here, northwest of Coral Springs. This is near the water conservation area. There's once again not a lot of stuff up here, but there is a tornado warning there. The other tornado warning is closer to Naples, is still in effect, and we're waiting to hear from Brad Arnold about that. Let's hear what he said again.
Hey Ryan, we have got a new tornado warning that has popped up on Interstate 75 that we are on right now. It should come right in front of us.
Okay, so that was last thing that we heard from Brad Arnold, who is a storm chaser that's right on this storm. Let's get an update from him. Hey man, you seen anything else from that storm? And this is near Palm River here, so let's see what else he's got to say.
Not much right now. There's no lightning to help us out really at all. We're heading west right now, and we're about to probably run into the Gulf of Mexico here in a second, so it's about to be over the water. But nothing just yet. Radar doesn't look overly impressive, but we'll track it all the way to the Gulf.
All right, sounds good. That's storm chaser Brad Arnold. And actually, that new tornado warning does include Felda. So if you're in Felda, take shelter now. And that's going to be for Palm Beach, Collier, and Hendry counties. All 3 of those counties, everybody in those counties needs to be in their safe spots right now as tornado warnings are in effect. And I know it's a little bit different in Florida, especially down here in the southern portion, that the counties are real big down here. It's more important that you respect the polygon, in the words of James Spann. But it's safe to say everybody in the county too, just in case. What do you got to lose? Get in that safe spot, keep the stream up. We'll get through this until the warnings are over. The good news is neither of these storms look to me like they are actively producing a tornado. Man, we've gotten so many new members. It's literally impossible for me to shout everybody out. Thank you guys for all of the love and the support. Let's take a look at chat. Once again, if you have a question for me, now's the time to ask it. Let's see here. Please let my friend Jess, who's on here for the first time, what she could expect with surge and winds in Lehigh Acres, Florida. All right. Let's do that real quick. Every time I go to the chat, the question is always about a very specific area, and then it takes me like 5 minutes to find the area and then go over the thing. There's got to be a more streamlined way of doing this, and I'm gonna figure that out. I can't find that. I don't know if I'm spelling it wrong. Lehigh Acres. Yeah, I'm I don't know. That's literally not even popping up on Google Maps. So I would assume though, if they're on the western side, southwestern Florida, it's going to be bad. And if there are mandatory evacuations in order, please abide by them, because it's going to be bad enough to ensue that. However, if you're on the eastern side of Florida, it could still be bad, but it's not going to be that bad. Okay, you've seen worse. Just be hyper vigilant, pay attention to the weather, watch out for flash flood warnings and tornado warnings, and you'll be fine. But thank you for being a member for 13 months. That's super awesome. Let's see what else we got here. We've got Challenge Gal saying, keep up the good work. Dave Davidson became a member. Farmer Chad became a member. WESH says dry air may already be getting into the west side of the storm at about the 9 o'clock position. What do you say? Let's take a look at it. Let's take a look at that storm up close and personal on the satellite, and let's analyze it from different perspectives. Let's look and see if dry air is getting into this thing. And it looks like maybe there might be something going on there that would lead somebody to believe that. However, there's also, to me, it just looks like the storm is undergoing some changes. There's a huge burst of convection happening on the left side of the storm, right on the western side. And I think that is honestly just so explosive, that convection, that it's literally kind of putting the storm out of balance a little bit, because on the eastern side there's not as much convection going on. Let's switch this over to 3D so I can show you a little bit better exactly what I'm talking about. You see all of those high tops on that side of the storm, and then it's kind of just slopes down on the eastern side. So the Eyewall is losing its shape a little bit, which sometimes can mean that the storm overall is losing some of its strength. But in this case, I think that it's too soon to make that assumption. And even if it was true, even if let's say this thing was falling apart, I definitely don't want to try to communicate that the threat is over for the people in southwestern Florida, because it's certainly not. Andy, do you have any input there? Do you have any thing to say about dry air maybe making it into the storm here?
Sorry, Ryan, could you repeat that?
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say, somebody asked about why the storm is looking less organized. Looks like the eye wall is getting a little bit smaller. It just doesn't look as good on satellite as it did earlier. And they're asking, is that because of dry air, or what do you think's going on there?
So more than likely, we can attribute that to the eyewall replacement cycle that we've talked about, that I've talked about a few times. And you could kind of tell that on radar if you're looking at that radar Omega 3D plot just above me. You can see that there's a wide swath of those grays that are kind of coming out of the center. So that's stronger convection, stronger thunderstorms, heavier rain. That's almost completely enveloping the south side. So it's preventing a lot of the air that's trying to get to the center of the eye so that it can rise. It's preventing a lot of that from reaching the center. So it's kind of making the center collapse somewhat. And if it manages to complete that cycle, it will completely surround itself with those dark grays that you can see in 3D. And then it will begin to constrict again, so that the strongest storms are right around the eyewall. So I believe it's probably an eyewall replacement cycle that is about halfway done at this point. usually you don't see eyes. Well, I would say that eyes probably collapse kind of like what you're watching right here. So this is pretty typical of an eyewall replacement cycle. And also, just wanted to say thank you guys for being patient with me. I can't believe my PC blue screen there.
Yeah, you're fine, and thank you for that awesome explanation. So, pretty much like he was saying, the storm is just a little bit lopsided right now.
Hey
And
Ryan, we're gonna call it a night. We're staying in Naples tonight, and then we'll get up early in the morning and do it all over again.
all right, Brad. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow. So basically, the storm, any storm, no matter the strength, it goes through these phases, and it's actually not the best thing that we're seeing this happen right now. We would want to see this happen right before it makes landfall, because it is essentially temporarily weakening the storm. So, once this gets reorganized, it'll probably be just about time for the core to start making it into the areas of Southwest Florida. So I've got a couple things that I want to show you.
A new tornado warning has been
First
issued.
of all, we got a new tornado warning in Palm Beach County, Florida. So we'll analyze that real quick. That is, that's way over here. Man, they need more radars in Florida. It seems like just about everywhere does. But here we are, big area of rotation here, just to the south of West Palm Beach, near Highland Beach in Boca Raton. We have potentially another tornado trying to come together here. Let's take a look at this with motion, and yeah, you can see how that's kind of come onto shore here recently, and it's now promoting the idea that it could be rotating enough to produce a tornado. So if we are anywhere in front of this thing, Palm Beach County, Florida, we got to take shelter. Let me zoom in over here so I can show you some of the communities. If there's a tornado, it's somewhere near University Park right now, just to the west of I-95. And it's going to go up to the north and west towards villages of Oriole, Delray Gardens, Franwood Pines, Sun Valley, and Aberdeen. So if you are in or around any of those areas, you need to be taking shelter right now. It's a dangerous situation. We've seen these storms produce tornadoes today. It happens. So like, this is how they all start off looking like too. So like, make sure you're getting into shelter if you haven't already. This is not the kind of tornado warning that you can just forget about and not pay attention to. Unfortunately, you should never do that, but especially with this one. Okay. So that's the latest tornado warning. I tell you, there's so much stuff that happens. I had something that I wanted to share with you guys, and now it's gone. Oh yeah, some more damage. This is from the North Perry Airport. Thank you guys for sharing this with me, by the way. You guys are the reason I'm even seeing this stuff. This is from the tornado earlier. So if you're under that tornado warning now south of West Palm Beach, this is the kind of damage these storms are doing. The same kind of storm is heading towards you in Sun Valley and Aberdeen. All right, so I'm not trying to scare you. I'm trying to make you take this seriously. Please take shelter. If it can throw planes around, it can damage your home. So you don't want to be near windows or anything like that. So yeah, that's what's going on with that. Let me see if there's anything else. I wanted to show you this fascinating time lapse of Hurricane Ian. This is what the storm has looked like since pretty much birth to now. You can see that it rapidly intensified right before it hit Cuba. And then after it went by Cuba this morning, it just started really blowing up. And now, it's got to where it is currently. So there's really no reason to believe that this is going to slow down anytime soon. Like, this is going to continue to be a problem all the way up until it slams into the side of Florida. So I just want to put it into perspective for you. Sometimes people get caught up only looking at the last 5 frames of a hurricane and watching those trends too much. This is what the storms look like overall. It's not slowing down. It's not going to back off. This is going to happen, and it's going to make landfall there in southwestern Florida as a major hurricane, unfortunately. If you're just now tuning in, if you're in Palm Beach County, if one of your family members just shared this to you and you're like, what in the world's going on? If you're in Palm Beach County, you need to take shelter because we have a potential tornado trying to come together here near Boca West and then move up Highway 806 towards Aberdeen. If you know where any of those places are, this is paralleling I-95 between Delray Beach and Lake Worth and South Palm Beach, like all these really populated areas. That's the area where this tornado is going up to the north. A super big shout out to SRQ Violinist. What are your thoughts for Sarasota? Best, worst, most likely scenario. We're near I-75 in central Sarasota. I think that Sarasota is definitely one of the places that's it's going to be bad there, no matter how much the storm track changes at this point. Okay. So Sarasota, unfortunately, I think that right now, a worst case scenario is that the eye of the storm goes just to your north. You get 12 feet of storm surge, 140-mile-an-hour winds, and it's just a really bad situation. Best case scenario is that for whatever reason, dry air infiltrates the storm and it just kind of disappears, or not disappears, but weakens tremendously before making landfall. Even though that's very unlikely, it is still possible. This thing could try, because of how much of the storm is going to be rubbing up against the landmass of the peninsula of Florida before before the center actually makes landfall. There is a very small possibility that the thing just weakens tremendously before it gets there. And also there's a lot of wind shear and other things working against it. So the best case scenario is that this ends up never making it to a Cat 4, downgrades to a Cat 2 before making landfall. Even in that situation, though, you're going to have 100-mile-an-hour winds for several hours. You're going to have coastal flooding. You're going to have power outages. You're going to have all that. So the most likely scenario is somewhere in between. The most likely scenario, honestly, is probably a Category 3, high-end Category 3 impacts. And that's still going to be devastating for the area. So I would, like I said, somebody asked earlier if they were in Sarasota and, they could, would you evacuate? I would. If I was in Sarasota, I think that's one of the areas that needs to be most vigilant and aware of what's going on. Don't be scared. Be prepared. Have a plan. Know what you're going to do. In a worst case scenario, and honestly, in a situation like this, a lot of times it's best to just get out. So, but thank you for your support. Julia says, thank you for all of your work. I live in Kentucky now, but I was raised in Myrtle Beach. Hurricane season is stressful. I know many people appreciate your efforts. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. I appreciate the kind words, but you don't have to thank me. I love this. I don't love the fact that there's a bad hurricane coming to Florida. I don't love that, but for whatever reason, I was born with this obsession with weather. And I am fascinated by it. Whether or not I had 30, 40,000 people watching me, I would be sitting here just geeking over the radars and the satellites and stuff. So to me, it's just I thank you for watching. Thanks for validating my obsession with weather. Once again, I just love this stuff. I've been a weather geek, a weather fanatic since I was 6 years old, and my whole life has revolved around it. So yeah, thank you for trusting me and tuning into me. You don't have to thank me. I'm just some weather nerd on YouTube. Let's see here. Robert West says, what do you think it'll be like in Northwest Alabama? I think that you might get some rain. I don't think that Northwest Alabama really has much of anything to worry about from the direct impacts from Hurricane Ian anyways.
Ryan. You got a copy.
Yes, sir, Mr. Kopic. What's up? Shelby Moore, can you do a
Well,
meet
I
and greet?
just I passed Vince and the Omega crew there. We're all heading northbound. What are you guys thinking about tomorrow? I know Chris and I are heading back up towards Tampa. We're gonna try and get some rest while we can. Just kind of want to get an idea for what you and Andy are thinking about tomorrow.
Well, I think that we're probably going to start up the stream around 10 or 11 a.m. and just stay with it until the thing makes landfall. Looks like we're pretty much narrowing in on an area south of Tampa, probably around Sarasota or Fort Myers. So that's my plan, is just to wake up in the morning and turn on the stream and follow you guys around. What's your plan? Put him on the spot.
Well, currently my plan, at least, I'm gonna wake up somewhat decently early. That's why we're kind of heading back to the hotel early. We're gonna scout some fueling locations. Really, the area that it's set to make landfall, there's not very many parking garages or any elevated areas, so it's going to be a very dangerous intercept if it's anywhere near the water dealing with surge. But we're going to scope those areas out better in the daylight tomorrow, and we'll get an idea of where we want to intercept, and hopefully we get to intercept live with you, the eye of a hurricane, and get some blue skies above it.
Oh, yeah. Well, that might be interesting. Unfortunately, any terrible situation like this, it's hard to look at it from an angle of like, oh, that's cool. But it might be, if our storm chasers are able to get in the eye of the storm and show us the stadium effect, if that's something that can happen, that might be interesting. But anyways, my moderators are telling me to shout out Call Me Josh. And I know I've shouted out Call Me Josh. Chat, back me up. I have definitely shouted out Call Me Josh during the stream. But he has just been super supportive with the super chats and stuff. So I wanted to say once again, a huge thank you to Call Me Josh. Let's go check out this tornado warned storm here to the south of South Palm Beach once more. It does look like this might be trying to ramp up. There might be some bigger problems starting to form here in this area. I do believe a tornado is developing here. We've seen lots of damage pictures from storms to the south, so we know that these storms are producing tornadoes. This one looks like it might be the next one. So if I'm in Aberdeen or Sun Valley in Florida, I'm taking shelter right now. The very dangerous situation. Okay. And I wouldn't be surprised if we saw an upgrade on that warning with the next scan, if it continues to look more impressive like that. This is the hook. All right. This is the hook. We got the rotation like this. And then we can line that up and see that it's exactly in line with the velocity rotation. Red's next to green. When it looks like Christmas decorations, it's not good. All right. The red and green tell me that there is air moving away and towards the radar, very close to each other.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Collier County, Florida just got another tornado warning issued there. We'll take a look at it here in a second. But once again, I'm watching this one closely because this is a very, very populated area that we got to keep an eye on here. Really close to Delray Beach. And tornadoes, yeah. Let's see here. Oh boy, we got a lot. There's so much stuff happening. If you guys could see, if you go over to the TikTok live stream, I do like a behind the scenes TikTok live stream. You can see all the screens that are in front of me. There's like 8, and there's just so much information coming in at once. I'm trying to condense it all. and give it to you. And here we go. Andy, go ahead.
Hey, Ryan. Yeah, I don't know if you covered this yet, but that new tornado warning does have a very probable correlation coefficient drop or a tornado debris signature associated with it, if you haven't looked at that yet.
Okay, so this is the one over here on the other side of Florida. And I believe this is the one that Brad Arnold was on, or at least he was close to. They've called it a night. But yeah, he's this is south of Naples. All right, so it looks like maybe we have a tornado coming together here as well. This one would, if it continues, this one would actually go right towards Naples. So we're going to continue to watch that one. So we've got 2 tornado warnings. Okay, we've got the one south of West Palm Beach, and we've got the one north of Everglades. The Collier and Palm Beach counties, both of these look really intense, and like we're probably going to have to deal with some a very good chance of a actual like tornado coming down with both of these. So I want everybody to take shelter in both of those counties, and I'm going to do my best to go back and forth between them. Andy, if you want to keep a close eye on the one near Naples, I'm going to try to focus a little bit more on the one on the eastern side of Florida. And then if you see any major updates, just chime in.
Will do.
So this is the one that's south of West Palm Beach. It looks to me like it's still trying very hard to produce a tornado, if it isn't already. And this is going to potentially come right up next to the Delray Beach and eventually Lake Worth and Lantana. And I just hope that everybody in that area understands the severity of the situation, because these storms have been producing tornadoes today. Now, anytime you get a tornado warning from the National Weather Service, you should take it seriously. You should. But sometimes it's a little bit more serious than others. On days like today, where we've seen similar looking storms produce tornadoes and we have picture proof that they happened, it's just more reason to take the warning seriously, because, you know, I get it. If you live in Florida, you've probably been under 100 tornado warnings and you've never seen a tornado once in your life. But this is not one of those situations. So there could very well be a tornado happening here. And man, the storm surge is already getting really bad in Key West. I'm going to try to show this. This is some video coming out of Key West here just moments ago from, I believe, a news reporter for a station down there. I retweeted this if you guys want to go look at it. This is the water coming into the streets now in the Key West region from the storm surge associated with this. That is kind of nuts that we're already seeing that. And, you know, the storm is still a significant distance away, and it's not even in the exact spot where you would expect to see some of the worst storm surge. So really interesting stuff. And I'll keep you updated on that as time goes on. Our main focus right now has got to be these tornado warnings. A couple of different areas where we could have tornadoes coming down anytime. Yeah, scenes like that are going to become more and more common as time goes on, I believe. Unfortunately. Coastal flooding is going to be probably the number one story that comes out of this, just because of the areas that it's impacting specifically. And this thing is going a lot farther south and east than what the forecasts were showing yesterday. So it's going to impact a little bit of a different area than maybe what some expected. So that's why I'm glad that we're able to do this live stream. Leading up to this, I did so many videos and the information changed so fast. Sometimes the information in the video was almost irrelevant. So I'm glad that we can do this live and just relay stuff as it happens. Thank you, Goat. Thank you, Night Shift. He says, love your vigilance. Stand on the wall, brother. TS, thanks for becoming a member. Robert, thanks for becoming a member. Sherry, thanks for becoming a member. I appreciate you guys. Tampa, it looks like the biggest part of the storm is now going to go south of Tampa. We were worried yesterday that the storm was going to come right up to the Tampa Bay and cause some problems. But now it's looking like Tampa's going to see some different problems, not necessarily with storm surge as much as just incredibly heavy rain and the high winds. So we still look to see winds in excess of 100 miles an hour in the Tampa area. And we still look to see storm surge, but I think the biggest problem is going to be the heavy rain. There's just so much rain that's going to be coming out of this storm and flooding. The freshwater flooding will be the biggest concern there. I still haven't heard any update on our friend in Inglewood. I'm assuming that we've either found out that they're okay and they didn't need anything, or we just haven't been able to get a hold of them. Obviously, having a person in chat is one thing, but like trying to isolate that person and find a way to get a hold of them. Like YouTube, you can't just go to their profile and DM them these days. So I'm sure that somebody's still working hard on that. And thank you guys so much for tagging me and stuff on Twitter. It really has helped today in getting information out. And once again, this is the tornado that we saw earlier today in so this was near Highway 41, right in the middle between Naples and Miami. And this is another reason why I think it's important that we cover the tornado warnings intensely during these hurricane coverage bouts, because I think people just don't realize that this can happen so often during a hurricane. One of the biggest things that you have to watch out for are the tornadoes and the outer bands. And this was today with a storm in Florida, just ripping up stuff. Like we saw the debris from this on radar. Thank you all for becoming members. Geeking It with Cody, Soda, thank you for becoming a member. Pat Harney, thanks for becoming a member. I know I've missed a lot. I haven't been able to shout everybody out, but I appreciate y'all. Brian Cody, thanks for gifting 5 memberships. Oh yeah, so here's a good visualization of why we got those flash flood warnings earlier. Up to 3 inches an hour of rain fell from Miami-Dade up there through Coral Springs, Pembroke Pines. And in combination with the tornadic supercells that came through, there was just incredible rain. And you can see that happening here. So that's why we have flash flooding. It's probably still ongoing near Fort Lauderdale and Miami. And we've got some new ensembles. This is a tweet from Ben Knoll. Quite a few of the 18Z Euro ensemble members now show Ian heading into the Atlantic after impacting Florida. Didn't we mention something like that earlier? That obviously this was a possibility, but now it looks like even more of a possibility. This would give it some time to re-strengthen before affecting Georgia and or South Carolina. We're certainly watching this closely. I'm going to retweet that. Basically, what this is showing is where Ian is now and where it could go. So there's all kinds of different supercomputers that run different simulations with slightly different algorithms and data sets. And this is the overall consensus, right? That's how we form the forecast. The farther away you get, the more unsure we are of what's going to happen. But this is now taking this out to sea a little bit more. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, actually, I have an update on the Inglewood friend that was in chat. So one of our moderators was able to talk to them and DM through them, and they confirmed that that person is now with a disabled senior person who has not been able to be evacuated, and he is staying with them. And we provided them with storm surge maps of the area and closest shelters. So he is with someone now and looking out for them as well.
Okay, thank you very much for that update. So yeah, we did the power of the internet. We finally got a hold of this person, and it seems like we're in contact with them now. And obviously, if they need anything else in the future, we will help them with that. But yeah, that's at least that's some good news. But yeah, it does look to me like this storm is going to try to go out back into the Atlantic a little bit after it goes past Florida. And that does mean that it might re-strengthen before it hits Florida and South Carolina, meaning that we might, once again, it's not going to re-strengthen into a major hurricane. Okay. But like it might re-strengthen enough to cause more significant impacts than what we're currently thinking. So that's something to consider. And obviously this is a developing thing, and I'll have updates on this in the future. Make sure you tune into these daily as we go forward. I'm going to be doing these live streams probably today, tomorrow, maybe even the next day. And if I don't do, let's say I don't do a live stream on Thursday or Friday, I'll do videos. I'll do forecast video updates. So go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, the previous tornado warning now that is near Wellington along or just due west of West Palm Beach. You can see Wellington there right next to the terminal radar. I believe there's some strong rotation there that may be evident in the last few scans. It's a bit far up to get a solid tornado debris signature out of it, unless you can look at the terminal Doppler radar there.
All right. Thank you, Andy. So it does look like, so this one isn't tornado warned right now. But it does look like maybe we've got enough rotation there to warrant a new one if the Weather Service agrees with us there. And I'm not actually able to get that terminal radar to pop up, so I'm going to go back to the Miami radar, and we're just going to analyze it from there. We do have a tornado warning for areas just to the south of here, right? So we still have got, let's see. There it is.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There it is. So that's for the storm that Andy just called out. So we now do have a tornado warning for Wellington, Loxahatchee Groves, and areas just to the west of Royal Palm Beach. New tornado warning there. So make sure you get to your shelters. And let me zoom in on this for you. And kind of show you where this is. We think we might have a tornado developing just to the south and west of Loxahatchee Groves. It's going to move up over Highway 98 and eventually towards Bryant and Miracle Park. Okay, so we'll see that polygon pop up right here in a second.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Another one. I didn't see the graphic on that one though, but we'll zoom into it as soon as we get the information coming through. But as you can see, this is going to continue throughout the night. We're going to see multiple tornado warnings. It's going to be one right after another. And there's that new polygon. Let's take a look at the most recent graphic on Twitter where that one is. So this one includes Wellington, Florida. Okay, I see what's going on. So they've extended this warning. So you'll see a new polygon pop up here that includes Wellington here in a second. So this is the graphic information for that most recent tornado warning. I'm retweeting this on Twitter. If you guys want to help me get the word out, twitter.com/Ryan Hall, y'all. 316,000 people are in this tornado warning. And then we've also got this one, which looks pretty concerning, just next to Loxahatchee Groves. That's going to continue to go up to the north there. We also still have a tornado warning back here towards Royal Palm Hammock, back towards Collier County. But it does look like a lot of the rotation with it has maybe let up a little bit. So now we've got a completely updated look at our tornado warning boxes here. And as you can see, everybody in the purple polygons, if you're in a community or town or along Highway 98 there, you need to be taking shelter immediately. Let's see here, Sarasota Police Department, update from them. Both Siesta Bridge and John Ringling Causeway in the city of Sarasota are closed to all vehicles trying to access the barrier islands. It's still to be determined when the bridges will reopen. It depends on the storm. So they're closing the bridges that get you from Sarasota to the barrier islands. Those are going to be completely closed off throughout the duration of the storm. Yes, absolutely. You want to get into the most interior room of your home if you're in one of these tornado warnings. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Oh, what's this camera from? This is, let's see here, Deerfield Beach, Florida. You can see the surf's getting pretty rough there. I don't know exactly where that is, though. Is that on the east? I believe that's on the eastern side near Miami and south of West Palm Beach anyways, isn't it? Okay, cool. Cool. Still looking at that rotation here near Wellington. We're going to watch that closely.
Hey, Ryan, that is on the East Coast. It was in the area of that old tornado warning.
Okay, thank you, Riley. Appreciate it. Let's see here. Carrie Break, thank you for the super chat. She says, thanks for this coverage. Missy, thanks for becoming a member. Jay McCoy says, I love this community. Thanks for everyone's work. Thank you. Amy says, thanks for all you guys do. I'm living in Michigan, but I have family and friends in Florida on both coasts. I'm glad we could help. Very glad that we could help. Here. So here is a tweet from Tori Lauren that was sent in. And what she said, I don't know if you can see in this video or not, but I think this person is from near
A
Key
new tornado
West.
warning has been issued.
Because what they're saying is they sent this video and you see the water floating through the canal there. It says the storm really wasn't supposed to hit my sister, but now the canal is about to flood her out. So I don't know the exact location there, but that's a really unfortunate situation. The only place I can imagine that is somewhere a little bit farther to the south. So hopefully we can help those people out and make sure that they know where shelters are and stuff like that. We did just get a new tornado warning. And that's going to be for Collier County as well. So basically we got these two areas of tornadic activity, both on both coasts of Florida, and that we're going to continue to watch those. But right now, at this very moment, it doesn't look to me like there's a tornado down. In fact, probably the most convincing one is going to be right here near Jerome, that newest one. But even that's not very convincing. This one's letting up a little bit. So this is good news. This is very good news. We're going to continue to watch them, though. Let's see here. Cuba reports that the entire country is without power. Really?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's New York Times. Cuba reports that the entire country is without power. I hate that that's behind a paywall. But anyways, we'll try to find somebody to maybe find out some more information about that for us. But obviously, Cuba took a direct hit from this Category 3 Hurricane Ian before it started making it up towards Florida. So that's quite the impact, if that's true. Here's another view from Key West. At 9 p.m., storm surge on the southwest side of Key West is slowly passing. I'll have updates on the Weather Channel. So that's Felicia Combs from the Weather Channel. Go ahead, Andy.
Hi, Ryan. Yeah, that new tornado warning that came through is actually much further north on the west coast than any we've been looking at. That's east of Fort Myers, the Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda area in Charlotte and Lee County.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Are you looking at that from Miami, or can you see that better from Tampa, or what? Do you know?
I looked at both of them. It's equidistant yet again.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So yeah, that newest tornado warning is going to be up here near Fort Myers, but it does not include the town of Fort Myers. Thankfully, it's in a little bit of a less populated area, but the road between Fort Myers and LaBelle is where this is now. So we want everybody in Charlotte and Lee counties in Florida to take shelter now. Okay, so we've now got multiple tornado warnings in effect, and I think that's, once again, that's just going to continue to be the story as we go forward. I don't think that I really don't think that the story is going to become completely about storm surge or anything like that until early tomorrow morning, and then we're still going to have a tornado aspect at that point too. So Cuba is entirely without power after Hurricane Ian. That's incredible. That's wild. Cuba's electrical grid, for reference there, you can see Cuba on the southern side of the map. Cuba's entire electrical grid collapsed late on Tuesday, leaving the entire country without power shortly after the passage of Hurricane Ian, which ravaged the western end of the island with violent winds and flooding. That is crazy. So obviously, the entire island of Puerto Rico lost power after Hurricane Fiona, but I believe that that's a little bit more common than the entire Cuban island losing power. So that's a little bit. That's kind of why it took me by surprise. But still pretty nuts. The entire island of Cuba without power right now. Oh, here's a view of it from space. Massive countrywide power outage in Cuba after the passing of Hurricane Ian. Strong winds took down Cuba's national electric system, leaving the entire country in the dark. Cuba's vast darkness is visible from space. What an incredibly wild thing to see. Sorry. I didn't know where that wind noise was coming from in the background. I got rid of it though. But yeah, thank you. Thank you guys for sending me those articles. I appreciate it. Yeah, so unfortunately, the same storm that hit Cuba is, Hurricane Ian. It's going towards Florida, but there will be detrimental impacts to the infrastructure in Florida. Absolutely, there's no doubt in my mind about it. But we're hoping for the best here. We're hoping that that we're going to come through without any sort of shocking headlines like that. Once again, I think that one of the biggest things that we're going to have to deal with is storm surge, and hopefully anybody that lives in a susceptible area to that kind of storm surge from a storm like this has gotten the heck out of there. It's been, for some of these areas, it's been over 100 years since we've seen a storm like this, move into, this part of Florida at this angle. So I hope people are taking it seriously. Tampa will be affected. Yes, there's no doubt about it. It looks like possibly the worst of the storm is going to go to the south of Tampa, but it doesn't matter. It's still going to be pretty bad. Currently looking at 4 tornado warnings. And I'm just taking a quick second here to kind of look in at all of our cameras that we have placed across the coastline, making sure everything's still online and we're still receiving data. And it looks like we absolutely are. And currently, everything is kind of calm. If you're going to follow along with our coverage here as we go forward, keep in mind what these cameras look like right now, because I believe tomorrow, whenever we start the stream up, we're going to see a much different picture from all these cameras. But once again, I just want to reiterate how incredibly insane it is that we have this many of mesovort stations down here. By the way, if you've got the app and you want to turn these on and you've got the ability to turn them on, your cyclone port toggle switch is probably off. You turn that on, you'll be able to see Brandon, Vince, and a lot of these other cameras. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I believe we just had a large tornado debris signature completely unwarned. If you go due west from West Palm Beach to the western edge of Palm Beach County near Clewiston on Highway 27, and play that loop back, or look at it currently and play it back, I think that's a consistent tornado debris signature. It's really high up, so that tells me that this storm was actually this tornado might have been pretty strong. So what do you think about that? I actually didn't even catch it.
Wow. Yeah. So to kind of show you guys what exactly he was talking about, I want to play this loop one more time. Watch right there. You see how right within those past couple frames, we got that correlation coefficient drop that pops up. This is what we would normally look for if we're looking for a tornado debris signature, and that's exactly what it looks like. If we come over to velocity, we're pretty far away from the radar, so it's hard to tell what's going on, and there's so much interference. It's almost useless. You come to reflectivity, and once again, we're so far away from the radar, it's hard to tell anything. But one thing that I am interested in is the southern side of the storm here. Watch how it kind of dances around right at the same time as that correlation coefficient drops. Watch how it moves. Like, just imagine you had the ability in your mind to enhance that radar data. Like, there's a radar tower closer to it. You can almost see the spin. You can almost see the hook that we would normally see in a better situation where we've got a radar closer to the storm. So I 100% believe that there was probably a brief tornado there, and it was probably pretty strong, threw up debris in the air. And now that storm is moving towards Clewiston. I don't think that there's still a tornado with it. Obviously, it's hard to tell, but that one has to be watched very closely
A new tornado warning has been
as it
issued.
moves off to the north. It looks like we got another new tornado warning. And if Tech Guy is listening in, it looks like we're not getting our pop-ups anymore once again. I don't know how he does it, but like he's been able to keep this thing running for over a year. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I just want to cover all bases here because this is so high up from the radar, it could be suspect. It's very possible that due to bias of the radar beam and the timing, like the algorithm determining velocity and so forth, it could actually be far away enough to where this is a clear air signature, meaning it's not actually corresponding to potential debris in the air that would be lofted by a tornado on the ground. So either way, I believe the storm is still dangerous. That may be why it's not warned. The National Weather Service, of course, is trained to keep an eye on these sorts of situations, especially in this area that's known as like a local radar hole. So if that does not get tornado warned by the National Weather Service, then it's very possible that this didn't impact anyone. I'm not sure if there are any local homes there, and it was actually a radar artifact. So just covering all bases there just in case, but still a potentially dangerous storm.
Absolutely, Andy. Thank you very much. And once again, we don't know for sure if there was a tornado or not. We're just, the point of us being here is to help you be extra weather aware. It looks like that it very well could have been something like that. So if you're in Clewiston or Moorhaven, just know that, these storms that are coming in, take them seriously. All right. And if they do end up issuing a warning for it, you know why, or our thoughts behind the history of the storm. So anyways, that new warning that just came through actually does include West Palm Beach. The town of West Palm Beach is now under a tornado warning. Unbelievable radar hole here. I'm going to try to work my way around it and see if I can't get us a view of the velocity. There we go. So we do have some rotation here near Westgate and West Palm Beach. So once again, a tornado warning is now in effect for West Palm Beach. Take shelter immediately. This includes Cypress Lakes Military Park, Westgate, Gramercy Park, Mangoria Park, Haverhill, Golden Lakes, all the way out to the Grassy Waters Preserve. This is a dangerous storm, and we've seen these storms produce tornadoes today that are capable of producing damage like this. If I can get it pulled up. Earlier today, we had a storm throw a bunch of airplanes around near Miami and Fort Lauderdale, and it was the same group of thunderstorms or the same band of Hurricane Ian that's causing this tornado warning here. So keep that in mind. Take shelter and get into your safe spot. Want to get into the most interior room of your home and barricade yourself with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Looks like the National Weather Service has a new mesoscale discussion out.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Still no pop-up on that. Let's see. 8:47 p.m. Central. The threat for a few tornadoes will continue overnight for all of southern Florida. All of southern Florida. And I'll show you that tornado watch here in a second. But first, let's take a look at this video. This is coming from, crap, where's this coming from again? Delray and Boca Raton. All right, so this was from the storm that prompted that tornado warning earlier. Oh, look at that. I think we saw it there, right? Definitely see power flashes. And right there, let's zoom and enhance. Right there might have been a tornado. And if this video was taken near Delray Beach. The storm that prompted it is moved off to the north, and it's actually the storm that's currently putting out a warning for Wellington and Loxahatchee Groves. It's also associated with the same group of storms that's currently putting out a warning for West Palm Beach. So, yeah, that looks like it could have definitely been a tornado there. So if you are in West Palm Beach, or if you are in, there are currently so many tornado warnings. If you are in any of these, please take shelter now. Let's see here. Charlotte, Lee, Palm Beach, or Collier counties, take shelter. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I believe the new tornado warnings probably en route for the Collier County one. That's the western coast one, to the southeast of the current tornado warning, as that cell is starting to exhibit tight rotation.
All right, thank you. All right, I want to see if I can. I can fix our thing here. It's looking like it's going to be hard to do, but our pop-ups aren't popping up. Give me just a second, guys. I'm going to put you over here on the satellite, and I got to do some behind the scenes production work. There we go. There we go. Okay, we're working now. So you see the warnings. It shows there's 5 warnings.
Ryan working on the overlay right now.
Okay, let him know that I believe I just had become disconnected to it. So we should be good. All right, so this tornado warning over here that includes Jerome and areas just south of Sunnyland is starting to look like it might be exhibiting tight enough rotation to be concerning. But there's also another storm back here just to the south and east of that, which we've just talked about, that also is exhibiting tight enough rotation to maybe promote a new warning. We've got 5 tornado warnings out there right now. And once again, if you're in Palm Beach, Collier, or Charlotte, or Lee counties in Florida, we want you taking shelter. The one over here near West Palm Beach does look like it's got enough rotation to produce a tornado, but we just haven't. Honestly, we're far enough away from the radar here to not be able to depend on it much. In fact, we just saw a video, and I'll show you that video here. This is a video of a storm that went just south of West Palm Beach not too long ago, and it looked very similar on radar. And it looks to me like it did actually produce a tornado. So something like this could be happening in or around the Palm Beach area right now. So it's important that even though we don't see the big velocity signature, the tornado debris signature, or the well-defined hook echo, it's important that we take every warning seriously despite that, because obviously there can be some surprises in these storms tonight. Yeah, 5 tornado warnings in the hurricane. And there will be more. There will be more. We've probably seen 15 or 20 so far today. These will continue overnight. I want to make sure that's known. Watch this. Watch me put this into motion. You see how the center of Hurricane Ian is just kind of sitting there in the same spot. It hasn't really moved much in the past hour. But like all of these storms, all of these individual storms in the outer bands are moving at a pretty good clip. The thing about this is that the more this doesn't move, the more the bands themselves won't move. But the storms inside of them are going to continue to move towards the center of the storm. So we're going to see a train, this is the engine of the train. The caboose is somewhere way back down towards Cuba. And this train of tornadic supercells is going to continue to go over the tracks, the railroad tracks, which includes an area between Miami and Sebastian and Palm Bay, pretty much. And right now, West Palm Beach just happens to be in the middle of that. Yeah, we had 2 PDS warnings earlier today as well, which was intense. All right. Storm Chaser Chris Hall is signing off. I think these guys are all starting to go to bed so they can get rested up for tomorrow, which is the main show.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Let's tell them good night. Everybody say good night, Chris. Chris, get some rest, man. You're good to go. We'll talk to you tomorrow, all right? All right.
All right, sounds good. We finally found a gas station, so topping it off for tomorrow.
Awesome. I found Chris Hall here in Kentucky, guys. After those historic floods in Kentucky, Chris Hall is one of the people that was there. Like he's from Kentucky, and he's actually from the very town that got the brunt of the damage from those historic floods in Kentucky. And even though his home was like halfway hanging over into the river and everything, he set up a donation site and tried to help people and stuff. And it turns out he's a storm chaser, and we became friends. And now he's a part of Team Y'all. So it's awesome. Go ahead, Andy.
Hi, Ryan. Yeah, that latest tornado warning includes a little bit of Miami-Dade County, just a sliver of it, but it's headed up into the remote Everglades again, of course. But it does have a probable light tornado debris signature associated with it, and you can see that there's a pretty tight rotation on it now, especially on the latest frame. We can see in outbound and inbound velocities.
Awesome. Thank you, Andy. This is the storm that we were looking at just moments ago. Once again, we had that tornado warned storm south of Sunnyland, and we were watching the one to the south and east of it. Now it's tornado warned, and you can see why. A very strong rotation there, very traditional look to the tropical supercell, and then even maybe a tiny little tornado debris signature there. If we see that grow in the next scan, we've almost certainly got a tornado down here throwing up sugarcane, crocodiles, and whatever else is on the ground out there in this portion of the remote southern Florida area. So the video that we were just looking at, by the way, was some more of the
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Storm surge in and around Key West. My goodness. The tornado warnings just keep coming in. That was for Palm Beach County. So that's an extension of the warning up here. And look at this, another area of rotation right near downtown West Palm Beach. So how many people do we have watching right now from the Palm Beach area? Raise your hand in chat. If you have any friends or family in the area, let them know that we've got a tornado warning, and it might look pretty serious. Okay, send them a link to the stream, or just send them a link to the Twitter warning information, or just let them know what's up. It's getting late. People are about to go to bed. People on this side of Florida, for whatever reason, believe that they're not going to be impacted as much by the by the hurricane. So they're not looking for this to happen as much, maybe. So there you go. This is where the tornado might be forming here near Gramercy Park. In the world is going on here? Okay. One of my screens just start going crazy here.
That was me, Ryan. Sorry.
Oh, that was you? Okay. What was that?
I was trying to move the radar over to current. Yeah.
I see. All right. So, yeah, I've got for those of you guys who don't know, behind the scenes, not only is Andy here with me through this this meeting, not only can I see him and we can talk to each other, he can literally control my computer. And sometimes things happen and I get spooked by it, but it's just Andy. It's all right. Let's see here. Andrew Johnson says there are more people watching you, Ryan, than Fox, ABC, NBC, or any of those stations combined. Wow, I did not know that. That's I think that's awesome. I think that obviously those outlets are getting plenty of viewers on TV. You know, that's where they are. But I think that it's cool that some Ryan Hall, y'all, can effectively communicate the hazards of severe weather to so many people. Once again, 100% for free on YouTube. The lights are orange. Did you do that, Andy?
I did. I got a news update for you.
All right, go ahead.
All right. It seems that Miami-Dade County schools will actually be closed tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday, per the superintendent of that district. And then Broward County schools will be closed Wednesday and possibly Thursday and Friday. So that encompasses most of Miami and the metro area to the north.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Andy. So when the lights turn orange, that means we have some sort of news coming in. And usually we have somebody else that relays news, and it's not all on Andy. That's why I was a little bit confused there. But looks like Miami-Dade County and Broward County are going to be out of school tomorrow. So continue to be vigilant tonight, especially as these supercells continue to come over the area. But I think tomorrow probably the gusty winds and the rain are probably going to be some of the bigger problems that we see over there. A lot of school closures in Southern Florida tomorrow. A lot of businesses will be closed, and that's a good thing. That's a very good thing. Yeah, you can see some flooding on the front street in Key West, Florida right now. The storm surge is only going to get worse as high tide is just 2 hours away. But yeah, you can start to see the flooding make it over the streets here. Oh, wow. And it actually comes up pretty quick just during this video. So yeah, that's going to get worse over the next 2 hours. More than likely, all of this will be underwater, at least at some depth over the next couple of hours. Huge shout out to
a new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning for Collier and Hendry County once again. We'll zoom in to that one as soon as we see the box come through. But huge shout out to Bama and Speed Shifter. It says, hello, Ryan. Do you think Hutchinson Island will be under a tornado warning and wind? I don't think anytime soon, but I promise you, as soon as we get that information, I will be the first to let you know. Sarah Berry, thank you. Mama Jinx, thank you. Madeline Mullins, thanks for becoming a member. And Chris, thanks for being a member for 10 months. Says, let's hope for minimal loss of life in the wake of these storms. Stay hydrated, right? Oh, thanks. Thanks for the reminder. But yeah, obviously we're hoping for minimal, really negative impacts like that. And that's one of the reasons why we're here. My job, I believe, leading up to a situation like this is to effectively communicate the severity of it. People don't see me unless the weather is bad. I don't post videos. I don't do TikToks. I'm not live unless the weather is bad. And I just think that whenever I pop up and I'm talking about your area specifically, I think that it works really well in helping people take the specific storm or the situation seriously. Because, if you're in West Palm Beach, for example, next week, and there's a 2% chance of tornadoes and there's some radar indicated tornado warning, I probably won't be live for that. I think that there's a weight that is carried whenever we decide to do these live coverages for these events. So it's my job to effectively communicate the severity of these situations, and that's kind of that's what we're doing. These 2 tornado warnings here definitely have the most significant rotation with them. And that's kind of that's where that new warning is too. Now that includes Ave Maria and Miles City. So Wagon Wheel, Ave Maria, Miles City, all these areas around Alligator Alley in Central Florida need to take shelter, as these are potentially 2 tornadoes that are developing right now. Lizzie Norton says, what was the app you mentioned? The app that we're using pretty much to run this show, how I am looking at radar, how I'm looking at where the tornadoes are and the cameras and everything. It's all coming from Radar Omega, and they are like a partner or like a sponsor of the channel. And there's a link in the description if you want it. If you don't want it, that's fine. I'll show it to you here for free all day. But if you do want it on your phone, you can get it in the App Store. Can we quickly touch on the expected path and the cone of uncertainty? Yes, I know that like we've kind of shifted our focus away from the talking about the path and the forecast for the hurricane, because there's been so many tornadoes. So that is a good idea, and yes, we can do that, and that's what we're going to do right now. So the cone of uncertainty is what we call this big cone that the National Hurricane Center puts out that tells us where the center of the storm could go. So Hurricane Ian could go anywhere inside of this big red cone, meaning that the center of it could go up towards Atlanta, or it could go up towards Myrtle Beach, or anywhere in between. If it goes towards Atlanta, then the impacts felt will be, around it that way. If it goes towards Myrtle Beach, it'll be this way. So a lot of times people think that this is just like, if I'm not in the red, I'm okay.
There is 0 parking in this lot.
Anyways,
Step back. I found one right in the corner. You can park right beside me if you want to.
I can't tell where that's coming from. I think he thinks he's talking to somebody else, but he's talking to me. Anyways, what's going to happen is the left side of the cone is going to continue to let's see here. There we go. Okay. The whatever. If you're in the cone, that doesn't mean that you're going to only receive the impacts. If you're outside of the cone, it doesn't mean that you're out of the woods. It's just forecasting the center of the storm. Anyways, let's talk about this. Notice how the cone is much smaller here on the coast of Florida. That's because we're really starting to narrow it down as to where we think the storm's going to hit. Let's go back to the HMON model and see if there's anything new that we can kind of talk about here. Looks to me like the National Hurricane Center is still expecting this storm to be a Category 4 at landfall. All right, Category 4 with 130 mile an hour winds and 160 mile an hour wind gusts around 2 to 4 p.m. tomorrow. And that's probably going to happen somewhere around Fort Myers, more than likely right around Northport or Inglewood and Cape Coral. All right. So we're going to continue to watch this here. Let's take a look at the model simulation, though. What could the radar look like as the storm takes that path? Notice how all of the models, including this one, show this storm continuing to get stronger right up until the point it makes landfall. Notice the number, right? It says 945 millibars, 939, 939, 940. So it strengthens. The lower that number gets, the stronger the storm. It strengthens right up before landfall. So at this point, the storm will be the strongest it's ever been, and it'll be brushing up against Cape Coral and Fort Myers. On the southern side, specifically in this area, up against the coast, we are going to see significant storm surge. Okay, this is where we're going to start seeing really bad flooding in Naples, Marcos Island, Cape Coral, all the way up into Port Charlotte. It's going to start getting really bad. We're going to start seeing hurricane force winds as far out as Tampa, possibly even, further inland towards Clewiston, LaBelle. Like, you guys will see some really gusty winds during this as well. And of course, Sarasota. And then, according to this model, landfall takes place just to the south of Sarasota, sending that surge way up into Cape Coral and sending the hurricane force winds, possibly maybe even in excess of 100 miles an hour at times near St. Petersburg, Clearwater, all the way down to Sarasota. From here, once the storm makes landfall, once it gets onto land, it is going to weaken very much so, but it's going to still be a problem. We're still going to see strong winds around Orlando and Daytona Beach, but it's not going to be over 100 miles an hour. It'll be 50, 60, 70 mile an hour. And then the storm's going to continue to go back out to sea a little bit. And it's going to try to reform. It's going to try to reorganize and maybe turn back into a tropical storm or something before making landfall again in South Carolina. All right. We're not 100% sure that that's going to happen. In fact, I'm not completely sold on that outcome yet, but it is possible. The main important thing to remember is that this area from Tampa down to North Point, Cape Coral to Fort Myers to Naples is in line for potentially a really bad situation tomorrow. A Category 4 storm in this part of Florida is uncommon. A lot of people watching, no matter how old you are, you probably haven't lived through something like this. So we want to make sure you take this seriously because it could be very bad. And the lights are purple. Who's that? Who am I talking to now? Is that you, Andy?
That's me, Ryan.
All right.
We've got Josh gifting 50 memberships in the chat, which is absolutely wild. Thank you so much, Josh. Thank you, everyone who has been participating, gifting stuff, even just sharing the screen. The stream allows us to do so much more for exponentially more people. So again, you are doing almost more than we are. Essentially, you guys are incredible. Thank you so much. Yeah, that was a community update, by the way. That's what pink means. So
right, I'm even forgetting now. It's been just me and you for so long. All right, but yeah, thank you, Andy, for that update, and thank you, Call Me Josh, for gifting 50 Ryan Hall y'all memberships. Basically, what that means is you can see here, Debbie was gifted a membership by Call Me Josh. It's random, right? So he just clicks a button and he pays for the memberships for all these people, and it randomly selects people who are watching, I guess. And now you've got memberships. And if you're a member, the cool thing about that is, if I can show you guys how that works, is you get access to members only emotes and chat. You get a badge next to your name. And obviously every once in a while we do members only live streams. So that's what being a member means. It's basically just another way to support the channel. So we appreciate all of our members, but we also appreciate our subscribers and everything else. So that, yeah, now everybody's like, wait, what? I can just be gifted a membership? Pick me. Oh man, that's funny. Thank you, Josh. Seriously, you've been incredible. Like I don't even know how many super chats you've given. Everybody say a super huge big thank you to Josh, because once again, obviously, even though we're just doing this through YouTube, through like a YouTube live stream, this is still an incredibly expensive operation. I pay all the storm chasers, even if nothing happens. Even if like if it's just like a video of a dry road all day, we pay them. And of course we've got the meteorologists and the internet that's required for this, and all the data to get all that stuff back and forth. So yeah, just a super huge shout out to him. It's not required of anybody, but we like to celebrate it when we can. Yeah, there you go. Josh is feeling the love tonight. He's got thousands of people giving him love in the chat. That's awesome. Thank you, Josh. I've never seen the chat move that fast. Yeah, there's the yeah, thank you, Josh. Oh yeah, we still got Andy up. I forgot to hit my Andy button. Let's see here. We have been going now for going on 6 hours, and we've had a plethora of tornado warnings. And in fact, we still have 3 active warnings right now. Let me go over those real quick, just so we're not leaving anybody in the dark. I hate to think that, you know, somebody tunes in right when a warning is issued for their area and we just don't look at it anymore. Please know that, like, I would never do that. Andy would never let me do that if there was reason to be honed in on it. The one over here in West Palm Beach, I'm not seeing much rotation now. Obviously, you still need to be in your safe spot, but there's nothing for me to update you on. These 2 over here moving towards Sunnyland are a little bit more impressive, but like until they get closer to those areas, once again, there's not a lot to update on. If you're in Alligator Alley on I-75 between these 2 cities, Naples and Fort Lauderdale, you need to, just take heed of this warning. But otherwise, thankfully, it doesn't look like we have anything as much of an emergency as what we were dealing with earlier. So that's always good. Always good. And yeah, the chat is still going absolutely nuts. Bradley, thanks for becoming a member. Haramini, I can't say your name. Thanks for the super chat. Clark said, should my grandparents evacuate their home in Stuart, Florida? They live right on the river. Let's see here. Stuart, Florida. I don't know where that is, so I got to look it up. So Stuart, Florida looks like it's on the eastern side. So no, I would not recommend evacuating. I don't think that would be necessary over there. That obviously we're going to be dealing with, the potential for tornadoes and stuff like that all night tonight, and some gusty winds tomorrow, but storm surge will not be that big of a deal over there. And I just don't think there's any reason to evacuate. Larry says, great work by the team. I've been watching for over a year, and it's great to watch this grow. 39,000 active viewers. That is awesome. Thank you, Larry. Yeah, I've heard that a couple times. I purposefully try not to look at the view count, because I don't know why, but like if I know that there's that many people watching, it just helps me to not know. But like, that is awesome that we've been able to carry that many viewers, and I just hope that the coverage is adequate and everything goes well. Obviously, we're going to be doing this again tomorrow, but at an even higher level. We're going to be talking with our storm chasers a lot more. There's going to be a lot more to report on because the storm's going to be much closer to land, and we're going to have more people involved. I think Andy, we're going to give him a break from the community and the news updates, and we'll actually have some other people helping with that. So yeah, make sure you subscribe to the channel and turn notifications on. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, if you want to look at satellite again, I've got a Hurricane Ian update for you. It does look like potentially whatever Eyewall replacement cycle we were observing is concluding now. I also retweeted something pertinent to that from Jack Sillen. And you can see the beginnings of the new eye starting to open up. Once you get the newest scans, you can actually see it on WSV3 on my side, on my monitor.
Oh, okay. I'll pull that up. Okay. Yeah, I see. We see it now. So there is that. Sorry, hold on. Andy, you got anything else? I got one more thing I got to take care of here.
Yeah, I'm fine. So I'll just explain the Eyewall replacement cycle for y'all. Also, just to be sure, like we're not going off yet. I think Ryan didn't say we were going off yet, but there was kind of that vibe given off. We're still going to go for a couple more hours tonight, at least. So don't leave us yet if you need that coverage for someone you care about or your loved one. But yeah, eyewall replacement is simply convection or storms surrounding the old eyewall further away from it and then constricting into the eye. So they will contract and begin to spin faster. But before that happens, the storm will actually weaken temporarily. Ideally, we want that to happen right before Ian landfalls in somewhere on the western Florida coast. Near Port Charlotte or to the north there, per the latest National Hurricane Center guidance. So it looks like, unfortunately, that may be happening a little too early, and the storm will be allowed to re-intensify before landfall. We don't know if another eyewall replacement cycle will happen or not. That remains to be seen. We are only now casting and working with current conditions, what we can see.
Awesome. Thank you, Andy. So this is the latest look at Hurricane Ian, and we're going to do, once again, you can see the new eye starting to form there, just like Andy was talking about, and you can see all of that big time
A
convection
new tornado warning
on the
has been issued.
southwestern side of the storm, telling us that it's still healthy. It's still being able to, kind of reform. But let's take a look at it in 3D. But first, I do want to maybe take a look at that newest tornado warning that just popped up there. I believe that is a new warning up here around West Palm Beach. Trying to take a look at this from a couple different angles. Unfortunately, West Palm Beach is in one of the worst areas I've seen for radar coverage.
Ryan. I got you for that one. It's just for Juno Beach. There's a tight area of rotation right next to Jupiter and Juno Beach on Highway 1.
Okay, there we go. I got it now. Here's the area of rotation. The warning box hasn't popped up yet, but that's going to include Juno Beach to Kesta, probably all the way up there to Hobe Sound and Gomez. So this is the new area of rotation that might be producing a water spout that's getting ready to come onto shore near Sellhaven and West Jupiter and Limestone Creek. So we want you to take shelter immediately and take this one seriously. Once again, all these storms are very capable of producing tornadoes. We've seen it happen, and we will likely see it happen again at some point tonight. So take shelter now. If you are in either of these storms near West Palm Beach, the entire area here is kind of dealing with these tornadic situations, because we've got all these supercells going over the same areas over and over again. And look at how many more are yet to come. Lots of them. So we're going to keep a very close eye on this as time goes on. And we're going to keep you updated on the situation here. Remember, there is a tornado watch. Let me pull up that again, because I know that we've got some people tuning in that maybe weren't watching earlier. We've got a tornado watch that includes most of southern Florida. And I can't find it. There's so much like stuff that I can't find it. And I'm just about to find it.
A new tornado warning
is.
has been issued.
So another tornado warning was issued, but I want to show you this because this goes out to 5 a.m. The tornado watch here for the entire southern tip of Florida includes North Point, Cape Coral, Miami, Key Largo, Key West, Sebastian, Jupiter Farms, all these places. Goes until 5 a.m. So this is going to continue to be a thing. Tornado warning after tornado warning after tornado warning until potentially 5 a.m. So I just want to make sure that you guys understand that we are going to continue this coverage for a longer period of time. But even when we shut this down so we can get some sleep before tomorrow, know that the threat is going to continue into the early morning hours.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Wow. Okay, so another tornado warning has been issued. This one's for Martin County, Florida. That's a new county. The one that was issued just a second ago, though, that's going to be this one here. It's radar indicated, and that's going to include the Highway 75. A good chunk of Alligator Alley is in a tornado warning right now. A very good chunk. So keep that in mind. And then that newest warning honestly, let me see here. That newest warning is associated. Where's that most recent warning, Andy? Do you see it?
Martin County is north of West Palm Beach.
Okay.
Is the latest. It's extension of the latest one in Juneau Beach.
Okay, that's why it was hard for me to find it. It's not a separate storm. It's just a an extension of this storm over here and the one near Jupiter. And this actually, once again, we're very far away from this storm, so it's hard to tell anything about it. But it looks like there might be a pretty good velocity signature there that's promoting the idea that there's a tornado imminent. So all the way up through Jupiter Island, please take shelter and take, take all the precautions if you're in Martin County, Florida. But also, if you are in Collier, Hendry, Palm Beach, if you're in any of those counties, you also should be taking shelter because there are a multitude of warnings over here approaching Sunnyland. So we've just got it's a tornado frenzy tonight in the southern part of Florida. Absolutely take it seriously. Got an update here. The previously issued voluntary evacuation for Zone A in Collier County is now a mandatory evacuation. The Zone A map is pictured below. So Zone A in Collier County is now a mandatory evac. So it was, I think they originally were going to go with the, just giving the advice of evacuating, and now they're actually going to do the mandatory evacuation. So please, this is one of those things. This is why another reason why I want to be live during stuff like this is so I can effectively communicate this. If they tell you to evacuate, do it, please. It's going to be bad. It's not just another Florida storm. It's not just another one, which is something that I've heard so many times. And I was talking to another storm chaser earlier today too, who said that, he's obviously in the area. He's talking to the locals, and he said that that was a big time consensus amongst a lot of people, is that a lot of people are just saying like, it's just another storm. We've seen hurricanes before. And, the fact of the matter is, for millions of people, this will be like that. Miami, there's portions of the storm and portions of Florida that aren't going to get the full brunt of the storm. But specifically in southwestern Florida, everybody over there needs to take this one seriously, especially if they are telling you to evacuate. Earlier today, we showed a picture of a guy riding a bicycle by this thing, and now look at it. Literally, I think it was what 2 hours ago, we showed a picture of somebody just standing there riding a bicycle, or riding a bicycle by, and now this has happened in the southernmost point in Key West, Florida. That's what it's looking like right now. So the surf is obviously getting a lot worse, and things are starting to pick up. Gabby is saying that the wind is so strong in Key West, but the storm surge is even stronger. Roads look like they're a part of the ocean. Wow. Crazy. Mountain Angel says, how do I gift memberships? I'm not sure. I think you just hit the button where you would normally buy a membership, and then you have an option to. I don't know. I've never looked into it. You don't have to do that though. If you can't figure it out, it's no big deal. So here's an update from Dr. Levi from Tropical Tidbits. Always am interested in what he has to say. Here's a look at the potential storm surge flooding map, inundation. All indications are now that Ian will make landfall well south of Tampa Bay, far enough that storm surge estimates from the National Hurricane Center have come down a whole lot today. But they have gone up dramatically from Charlotte Harbor to Naples. This will be a top-end event for this region. Really unfortunate. It's really unfortunate that more than likely a lot of people where this is going to end up making landfall thought just yesterday that they dodged a bullet. That's why hurricane forecasting back in the day, in my opinion, was the way to do it. They didn't try to pinpoint cities. They just said, all right, there's a hurricane coming towards the western side of Florida. Everybody do what you need to do. And everybody on the whole western side of Florida did what they needed to do. We obviously, tools and our science and our models and everything is much better now. We do a much better job of forecasting these things.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
But I think there might be a problem with trying to pinpoint too much exactly where it's going to go, especially too far out ahead of time. New tornado warning for Palm Beach County. Once again, I'm going to wait for that new polygon to come in, but I believe it's just, once again, another part of our storm that we've been watching. And I believe, yeah, so Arundel and Tropical Park now are under this tornado warning. There's a really good amount of rotation here. So, but I haven't seen anything that confirms a tornado for the most part. So we're going to keep watching that. And obviously we want everybody in Palm Beach County to take shelter and Martin County. But otherwise, we're all right. We're smooth sailing right now. Yeah, huge shout out to, what was that? Lisa Lister. Thanks for the very generous super chat. Call me Josh once again. He says, I appreciate the shout out, but it's entirely unnecessary, Ryan. You and your team are the heroes, and it's my honor to help. Your coverage is the most comprehensive out there. Your team helps save lives, brother. Credit to you. Josh, thank you. You're awesome. And then the Duke of New York with the super generous super chat. He says, it's hard to imagine that you haven't saved lives with your excellent coverage. Thank you so much for all you do. Thank you. Seriously, guys. I appreciate the kind words. I really do. Here is pictures from Kings Point in Delray Beach. So more evidence of that tornado that we saw, or, you know, we saw on radar anyways, an hour and a half ago or something. Yeah, I think my control panel on Radar Omega should work now. Nope, never mind. Tomorrow I should have a control panel and we'll be able to look at this together. Yeah, this is what we'll be able to do. So we'll be able to look at the, obviously we won't do this all the time, but we'll be able to look at the satellite and Project Mesovore, all the different stations together at once. And then also other storm chasers. There's going to be a multitude of storm chasers involved in this as well. So I really don't think there's going to be anywhere else in the world, or in the world of weather coverage, where you can get as comprehensive of a view of what's going on as what we will have available tomorrow. And I'm not saying that to brag. I'm just saying that because, like, it's important that we point that out because of how much work went into it. Radar Omega and all these storm chasers. Like, can you imagine the amount of effort that has went into this? Like, you know, these people have driven, you know, thousands of miles, and I just hope that it's useful for somebody. I hope that it actually ends up helping somebody. Drink water. Everybody in chat is screaming at me to drink water. I'm not thirsty. Sorry, I'm just looking through some of the stuff on Twitter. Oh, here's another what time you think you got to be out there tomorrow?
I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence. I'm probably going to get up decently early. Not ridiculously early. You'll have to let me know what time you do decide to go live in the morning, because obviously I'll get out there in time to make sure you got the live stream as well. I'm thinking I'll probably get up sometime around 8 or 9 and probably prep. We mark down some gas stations in town here we're going to top off at, and pretty much go scope out the areas and see where we're gonna intercept.
All right, well, get some beauty rest and make sure you have some nice nutritional mozzarella sticks for breakfast tomorrow, and we'll see you then. AF Ohio Patriot says, I'm with a disaster relief team currently down in Florida. Industrial generators and fuel trucks inbound from Ohio.
Hey, just do me a favor though, while you've got the stream still going and everything, think up some challenges tomorrow. Like, we didn't have any challenges today. Like, I know we were thinking about chasing and all that stuff. We were all kind of in the zone, but you know.
All right, we'll think of something. We will think of something. Anyways, Ohio Patriot says, I'm currently driving to Fort Lauderdale on an emergency generator repair call. I got to get back to Orlando tomorrow. Okay. I know there's a lot of disaster relief, like organizations that are already set up down here in Florida, and that's great. Hopefully they're not needed. Hopefully they are not needed, but if they are there. Another thing to mention is obviously we've got money that we've put aside for stuff like this. If it's needed, we will use it. I talk about this all the time, but a portion of every purchase on our website, on my website, shopryanhall.com, gets put aside into the, I think we call it the y'all fund or the stack of cash, whatever. And, you know, if somebody needs help or somebody needs something, we've got the ability to do that for them. So we've got tens of thousands of dollars in that. So if it's needed, we will put it to use. Iris says, have you heard of Sharknado? Wait, okay. All of you have heard of Sharknado, but have you heard of Gatornado? Because that's what you get in Florida with hurricanes. Oh boy. Ronnie Gonzalez. Thank you guys. I literally can't even keep up with the outpouring of love and support here. Just thanks to everybody who has contributed in any way. Let's take another look at Hurricane Ian, shall we? On the infrared satellite, long wave infrared satellite. We can still see that convection bubbling up on the southern side now. It's not completely wrapped around the center. And that may not happen until the eye reforms. You know, if it reforms in the same kind of really impressive way that it did earlier. You know, we'll see what happens there. But if you see that this convection starts to wrap completely around the core, that's when you know we might be entering a worst case scenario there. Let's take a look at the most recent update from the National Hurricane Center. This was at 8 p.m. and winds were still at 120 miles an hour. So we still have that Category 3 storm. I think it's the next update. I believe we are supposed to be at a Category 4. It'll be interesting to see if that is actually what has happened. So we will learn that soon enough. And we will keep you updated on that, obviously. Peak storm surge is going to be somewhere down there near Fort Myers between 8 and 12 feet. It does look like 4 to 6 feet is still possible in Tampa. But most of the big storm surge is going to be down there near Fort Myers. Yeah, thanks for the 5 gifted memberships. I love how everybody freaks out. Anyways, back to Hurricane Ian here. Let's look at it in 3D once again. I know you guys get a kick out of that, but it is also really useful to kind of visualize what's going on with the storm. You can see that some of those higher cloud tops, some of those bigger thunderstorms are popping up over here, indicating that this is still a strengthening storm or a storm that's trying to strengthen. And yeah, you can see a lot about the storm looking at it this way. You see those outer bands that are promoting the supercells and the potential tornadoes and stuff. Those are still just popping up and becoming a problem of their own. But the core of the storm is very well organized here, and we can see we can even like zoom down into the Eyewall here. How cool is this? But you can see how we're starting to see it try to reorganize here in the last couple of frames. And if it gets completely circular like we saw it earlier, that's going to be bad news, because it might be trying to reform right before making landfall. Okay, so we've got a lot more pictures of damage coming in, unfortunately. Pictures of terrible damage now coming in from Kings Point and Delray Beach, where a possible tornado touched down. Outer bands of Hurricane Ian started rolling through Palm Beach County Tuesday evening. Still waiting on reports of any injuries. This is significant damage. This is definitely the worst that I've seen so far. But it lines up. What is it? Delray Beach. We said that multiple times during that string of tornado warnings, and this is, one of the tornadoes that we were all just looking at together on radar. And, at the time it looked like a Christmas tree or it looked just like a bunch of colors on radar, but this is what's happening on the ground. And that's why we try to take it as seriously as we do. And we try to use some of the language that we do to get people's attention. And some people think that the lights flashing red behind me is too much, but I don't think it's enough. Honestly, I think that we need to do more to get people's attention in situations like this, where I'm telling you guys, I talk to people every day about the weather. I go to the grocery store, I go to anywhere on earth, pretty much, and I'm recognized as, hey, you're that guy I saw on TikTok as the doing the weather, and it leads to a conversation about weather. And people in America do not take tornado warnings seriously. I haven't met a single person who is just like super like into, yes, yeah, every time there's a tornado warning, I run to my shelter and I take it seriously. I look at the radar. Like, most people are just like, it's a tornado warning. That's Kentucky weather for you, or that's Virginia weather for you, or that's Tennessee weather for you. I try to, in the situations where it is needed to be taken more seriously than normal, I try to jump in there and let you know, hey, this is not another one of those normal things. And yeah, we use lights, we use the flashy stuff, but like, it works. So yeah. Matthew Casey, thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate it. I know everybody in the chat is like, wait, I take tornado warnings seriously. I know you guys do. The people who are here and they're members and they're in the chat and stuff, you guys are super weather aware. But a lot of the people who maybe aren't chatting or just watching in the background and stuff, a lot of those people aren't. And you shouldn't be. Like, not everybody should always be so constantly worried about what's happening with the weather. Sometimes it's good to have that attitude of like, oh well, we'll be all right. But sometimes it's not. And I'm just trying to make it to where I'm like in your face every time that you think that you're gonna blow a tornado warning off, but it's significant enough to where you shouldn't. I'm gonna try to be there and be like, hey man, this one's the real deal. Here's a look at Pigeon Key during the tornado warned storm. So we got some really strong winds there. Yeah, we got about 10 minutes until the next update from the National Hurricane Center, and we're just kind of waiting on that to see what happens there. Are we going to get that upgrade to Category 4, or is this Eyewall replacement cycle delaying that upgrade? Go ahead, Andy.
Hi, Ryan. A few things. I think that the Eyewall replacement cycle will delay it just because a lot of the new updates from the National Hurricane Center are based on the hurricane hunters and the NOAA plane missions that drop radio sounds into the eye and around the eye wall of the hurricane. And they are probably right now sampling the weaker winds as a result of the clouding in eye and the eyewall replacement cycle. In addition to that, but that's not final, of course. We'll see what the National Weather Service says, or the National Hurricane Center. In addition to that, I've got another video for you in stream text of the storm surge in Key West, so the most populated key way out there, flooding a house. And while you bring that up, I was going to also talk about how a storm surge actually works. So let me tell you guys that there are a ton of people who actually legitimately are not able to evacuate because they can't afford it, essentially, in some cases, or they don't have someone that knows about them, can take them with them. Transportation is a big issue. So for everyone who is still in the path of this thing, is unable to evacuate, storm surge relocation measures are finding local shelters that are higher up ground. If you know of one, seek your city should have information. So seek out your city resources, see if they have postings about elevated local storm shelters if you're able to get there and conditions outside are not dangerous. In addition to that, peak storm surge, no matter where along the coast you are, will happen as the eye is aligned with your location. So when you are experiencing the strongest winds, no matter their direction, they will be associated with the peak storm surge due to the location of Ian relative to the coast. Okay, so peak storm surge will happen with landfall along the areas that are going to be impacted by landfall in the future. We don't know exactly where that is, but the National Hurricane Center cone gives us a good idea. So you're watching the storm surge right now, what that looks like in Key West. In Key West, it was pretty far away from the eye of Hurricane Ian, experiencing near Hurricane Cat 1 hurricane wind gusts and upper end tropical storm force winds. And this is still what can happen there in low-lying areas. So it's very important to pay attention to storm surge and evacuation zones that are put out by your county districts and so forth as this storm approaches.
Awesome. Thank you, Andy. 100%. This video, by the way, is really sad. Already we're seeing some of the effects of storm surge. And unfortunately, I think tomorrow we'll see a lot more videos like that. So everything that Andy said, make sure you take it to heart there. And then, of course, all of these new mandatory evacuations that are coming out, especially if you live close enough to the coast for something bad to happen in a storm surge situation like that. Please take heed of those warnings and get out of there. Go. Because there's no reason of trying to play around with it and hope for the best, I guess. Let's see here. I'm trying to look at some other things. I want to say that I can't refresh my feed on Twitter without seeing somebody tagging me in like a sharing of this stream. So I want to say thank you to everybody who has shared the streams. We've been thanking a lot of people today for doing super chats and stuff. Hitting the share button and the like button and the subscribe button is free, and thank you just as much. You have helped us reach a lot of people today. I think I just looked at some of the numbers. I think we've reached 1 million people with this live stream today, and we couldn't have done that without you. And we're going to be here again tomorrow. And I'm not trying to sound like we're signing off. I just want to make sure that everybody understands, because I know we constantly have people filtering in and out. But we will be here tomorrow for the main event, which is going to be the landfalling of the storm. And that's something else that I want to talk about a little bit more right now, because I don't believe we've talked about it enough. And that's going to be the forecast. What is the forecast looking like now? What are the latest models saying? What are the new best worst case scenarios? Let's go over that. Because I think that's something that we need to pay attention to here and actually go over. We're going to start off by zooming in to Florida here. And we'll pick one of these and do the whole East Coast as well. But we're going to start off by just focusing on Florida and go through all of the models. We're going to go through every single one of them. And just give me a second. Surface pressure. Okay, so right off the bat, the GFS is not the best one to look at, and I'll show you why. I think we're at least at 950 millibars with the central pressure on this, but the GFS initiates at 975 millibars. However, we're still going to add this solution into the overall weight of what we will call the forecast that we're making here. Anyways, the storm is going to continue to go up and towards the coast. It looks to me like the GFS has this storm making landfall right next to Northport. So the storm would make landfall at Northport, and this would actually be a pretty bad situation for flooding, coastal flooding specifically in the Cape Coral area and the Fort Myers area, all the way up into Port Charlotte. It takes that northern, if it clips the northern side of that bay there, then that's going to be the worst scenario that you could have in that situation. If the storm is actually that weak when it makes landfall, and once again, we're looking at a 975 millibar storm. I don't think it's going to be that weak, but we could still see right at landfall 70 to 90 mile per hour wind gusts. You can see all the areas in the pink and the darker pink there show that. And then you can also see kind of as this goes further inland, we've got 50, 60, 70 mile an hour winds possible all across the state as this goes to the other side. Remember, the biggest impacts are going to be felt right on the coast wherever this hits, but we're still going to see widespread tropical storm and hurricane force wind gusts all the way through Florida. And remember, these are gusts. These are not sustained winds that we're looking at here. Going over to the Euro, looking at the latest Euro model, and it looks a whole heck of a lot more concerning. So let me look at the pressure on this one. This one initiates a little bit closer to reality, closer to 960. This bottoms the storm out at 950 before landfall. So once again, it's like this. These models aren't initiating with the same initial strength as what we know the storm has. So that's one thing to consider. But this is still showing that the storm may make landfall in almost the same exact area as the GFS, as a 959 millibar low pressure center with wind gusts over 130 miles an hour. Okay, so we've got 150 mile an hour winds here, and then right around, let's see here, 2 p.m. when the storm makes landfall, we're still seeing some areas experiencing 130 to 140 mile an hour wind gusts. And then quickly, once this comes onto shore, we're down to 100, 120 mile an hour. And then it's well into the center of Florida before we get under 100 miles an hour with those gusts. So once again, these are gusts, not sustained winds, but still a very dangerous situation painted out here by the Euro model, which in my opinion has been one of the better ones so far this storm. So basically what this is saying is that we're going to continue to see the storm go in the direction that it's going, but it's going to really start to slow down probably after midnight tonight and kind of take its time on its approach to Cape Coral and Fort Myers, kind of building up in strength right before releasing that strength onto the shore as it goes and makes landfall. This is also painting a pretty dark picture in terms of how much rain we're going to see. See the areas in the purple there, we're thinking about maybe getting above 20 inches, maybe getting more than 20 inches of rain there, which is going to be pretty devastating for the areas that see that. According to this model, this is one model run, but according to this, Bradenton, Sarasota, Lakeland, Orlando, Deltona, all the way up to Daytona Beach and Palm Coast would be some of the areas that got hit hardest by this rain. And once again, well over 15 inches of rain, which will cause very bad flooding. And we're not talking about just coastal flooding here. We're talking about freshwater flooding from rivers and creeks and streams. So what about some of the shorter range models? The M12 kilometer, we'll look at that, and then we'll look at the HMON and the HWRF. And then we'll call it a day as far as looking at forecasts go. Because it's really, modelology is not what we need to be focusing on at this point. It's we need to be nowcasting more than we're forecasting. But we'll do a little bit more forecasting. This model shows landfall in the exact same place. So it's looking very likely now that this is going to come onto the shore right over Inglewood. Okay, meaning that Sarasota is going to be on the northern side of the Eyewall. Cape Coral and Fort Myers are going to be on the southern side. And that is both of those areas are going to be susceptible to maybe 100 to 150 mile an hour wind gusts. And the southern side, specifically near Cape Coral, Fort Myers, Naples, all the way up to Port Charlotte, is going to be most susceptible to storm surge, maybe in excess of 12 feet in some areas. This one's also painting a very bad picture with rain. Notice how slow that area of precipitation goes over the state. That's going to lead to well over 20 inches once again. Maybe over 25 inches in a line from Sarasota to Lakeland to Orlando to Daytona Beach. That is not anything to play around with. That big purple streak there would be a historic rainstorm for Florida. Make no mistake about it. This model, like a lot of the other ones are starting to suggest, is taking our storm back out to sea, where it is going to try its hardest to gain a little bit more strength before coming back up into South Carolina. I don't know if it's going to turn back into a tropical system, but it's going to try. And it'll have, if it's got any chance to do so, it'll have to come back out into the Atlantic like it does there. So that's that. Let's take a look at one more. We'll do the HWRF, and then we'll look at the latest hurricane update from the National Hurricane Center. All right. This is, I'm looking at this one on Radar Omega through the app, by the way. So this one shows a 939 millibar low pressure center, which is more realistic in my opinion as to what the storm's actually going to, look like the closer it gets to Florida. Bottoms down at a 929 millibar, 928, 928, 930. It comes onto shore just a little bit farther north than the GFS, the Euro, the NAM, and all these other models are taking it. So it actually makes landfall probably, 10 to 20 miles farther north than those models, meaning that Tampa would actually end up seeing some stronger wind gusts, and maybe the storm surge would be just a little bit less bad for Naples and Marcos Island, but more on the negative side for Port Charlotte and Fort Myers Beach. And then this goes across the state here very slowly, dropping tremendous amounts of rain from Tampa through Orlando and Daytona Beach, Gainesville, Jacksonville, 15, 20 inches of rain. But remember, by the time this storm gets here, we're below hurricane force sustained winds. We're only going to see hurricane force wind gusts in Orlando and Daytona Beach pretty much. All right, we don't have to worry about that too much. And then, of course, this model is also taking it out to sea a little bit and trying to reform it into something a little bit more significant before making landfall again in South Carolina, which as of right now, this just looks like a big rainstorm with some gusty winds for Georgia and South Carolina. I don't think there's anything too serious going on here. The main thing we got to watch is the potential tornado threat in the front right quadrant. But for the most part, I don't think there's much of anything to worry about. That could change tomorrow. Make sure you tune in. If you live up here and you want to update on the forecast, tune in tomorrow. But that's pretty much it. That's all the forecast modeling that we can do. I want to show you now. I believe we got an update from the National Hurricane Center. So I want to take a look at that. Let's see here. 11 p.m. Eastern. The update is it's 120 miles an hour. So as expected, the Eyewall replacement cycle or whatever's going on with the storm right now has delayed the growth of it a little bit, which is a little bit good news. Not the best. This certainly doesn't mean that the storm is over, but we originally thought that we would have a category 4 right now. So this is the new outlook from the National Hurricane Center. Andy, do you got anything to add to this? You got anything you want to say about that?
Yeah, Ryan, of the most impressive things about this outlook is the fact that it's still forecast to be 125 miles an hour at that inland stage where it's marked an M, you can see how far inland on land that is, but it's still marked with denoted as a major hurricane, expected to have 125 miles an hour at that point. So a lot of this area that it's expected to track over, it also includes a bay going inward towards Punta Gorda in Charlotte County. So in addition to that, a lot of this area is very low lying, flat, kind of marshy. So it's got water content, which means that the storm's still going to weaken rather rapidly, but not as rapidly as if it were to be shredded by some local mountains. There are none in Florida, and a lot of the land surface area is marshy and hot and wet, essentially, which continues to give some energy to Hurricane Ian as it travels onshore. So that's the most impressive thing to me that caught my eye, and it should be reiterated that it still poses quite a bit of threat wind damage wise in localized areas along the track that it takes inland. So I would still be very concerned about wind damage in Arcadia along Highway 17 for a little bit. Once it reaches further inland, though, so like you're thinking about maybe areas near Lake Okeechobee and also further inland towards Orlando, you can look at the National Hurricane Center forecast. It's already a tropical storm by that point, so it should maintain its strength for a little while, but then it will rapidly deteriorate the further inland it goes, as the topography kind of churns into more lake and also somewhat desert-like. There are a bit of desert-like qualities in inland Florida.
Hey, thank you, Andy. Really good thing to point out there is that the major hurricane indicator is still there after the hurricane makes landfall, and it's actually a little bit inland that you can see 8 p.m. tomorrow. National Hurricane Center is saying that we may be still dealing with a major Hurricane Ian as it treks inland into this portion of Florida. So that's, that adds insult to injury with the potentially more square miles of land having to deal with those really strong wind gusts. But the overall consensus is that nothing much has changed. It still looks pretty bad for southwestern Florida. Hurricane warnings from Tampa all the way down to Naples. And we're watching this thing in real time, kind of go through the eyewall replacement cycle and start to strengthen. I can definitely tell in those past couple of frames there on the satellite, this thing's starting to look mean once again. You can tell that eye's getting ready to come back. It's getting ready to stabilize, and we're going to see all night tonight into the early morning hours tomorrow this thing continue to intensify, unfortunately. Huge huge shout out to all the love and support, man. I can't even I don't even know where to start. It looks like, once again, the Duke of New York with a huge super chat. Matthew S. Baker, thank you for that overwhelmingly generous contribution. Says, thank you, Ryan and team, for all your hard work to keep everyone weather aware and safe during Hurricane Ian. Please let us know if we can assist you further with cleanup and basic needs. Thank you, S. Baker. Justin, thank you. Let's see here. Mountain Angel, thank you. The Hobbit Hole, thank you. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. And if I forgot to shout you out, just know that I'm going to go back at some point when I get the time, and I'm going to go through and read all those. I always try to do that. Let's see. Call me Josh once with another one. He says, get yourself a bag of those delicious nader beans and grab a cup. Yeah, I'm going to need it. I'm going to need it. I am starting to feel the tug of tiredness. But I'm not ready to call it a night yet. I think we're going to go a little bit longer and just continue to try to go through the forecast and all the updates here and kind of recap everything that's going on, and then eventually we will end the stream and we'll be back tomorrow morning. But I'm ready to keep going. For anybody though, Andy, at any point if you're done, or anybody else that's in the background helping, if anybody needs to go to sleep now in order to prepare for tomorrow, you can. But I'm going to keep this going for a little while longer. Okay, this is what I was waiting for. We finally got the update on Radar Omega to see that new forecast. We still believe that this is going to be a Category 4 storm. So tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., we should see Hurricane Ian at Category 4 status with 130 mile an hour winds and 160 mile an hour wind gusts. And then by 8 p.m., wow, that's incredible. Literally over the town of Arcadia, we still expect this to be 125 mile an hour Category 3 major hurricane with 155 mile an hour gusts, meaning that places like Arcadia, Placid Lakes, Wauchula, Northport, all of these places in this very low-lying area in Florida are going to be susceptible to extremely damaging winds that are not common in this part of Florida. So it'll be unfortunate to see what comes of that. And of course, all the way up here towards Kissimmee, we're down to 70 mile an hour winds. So this thing's going to weaken obviously rapidly once it gets that far in, but even all the way up into Arcadia, we expect this to continue to be a major hurricane. So I agree with the National Hurricane Center's cone of uncertainty here, 100%. I believe that we're going to see landfall somewhere in this bay. Like the hurricane center of low pressure is going to go right over either Rotonda West, Port Charlotte, or Cape Coral, or somewhere in between those areas. And it's going to go north and east from there. Unbelievable stuff, man. Cone of uncertainty also goes a little bit farther north now. It looks like the center of low pressure is going to go out to sea for just a little bit, make landfall again near Savannah, Georgia. At this point, it's just going to be a tropical depression, or if it doesn't strengthen enough to maintain its tropical storm strength, it'll very quickly become just a remnant low as it goes up into the Appalachians. Looks like it might actually track over my house at some point. But remember, if you're north of this line, more than likely you're just gonna see rain out of this, and maybe some gusty winds. That's everybody on the East Coast is going to probably feel some impacts, and their weather's going to be changed by Hurricane Ian, but it's probably not going to be too extreme. And if that changes, I'll be the first to let you know. But I think that the severe weather risk is going to be limited to this area. I think the flash flooding risk is going to be kind of limited down here. I think anywhere north of that it's going to be all right. You're definitely going to see it though. You're going to see the wind, the rain, and all that stuff. The multiple days of dreary cloud cover. Oh yeah. Yeah, lots of trees are getting ready to get eat up there in southwestern Florida. Dead trees. Let's see here. It looks like Brad Arnold and Zach Hall made it to their Airbnb. Oh, let's get an update from Brandon Kopic from his hotel room.
Looking like we're going to... Hey guys, just wanted to give you a quick update. I just checked into my hotel here. Gonna try and get some shut-eye, as I know I won't be sleeping tomorrow night after the Eyewall makes landfall. Looking like we're going to be up bright and early tomorrow. I intend to be live by about 10 a.m. Thank you guys, all the new subscribers, everything. Look me up, Storm Chaser Brandon Kopic on YouTube. We just hit that 13,000 threshold. So thank you guys so much. I truly can't be out here without your guys' support, and it's phenomenal, guys. So be sure to check that out. We'll be live tomorrow, starting around or after about 10 a.m. Make sure to check out Ryan Hall, y'all, as well, and most importantly, the Radar Omega app, where we'll be feeding live information about the storm. So stay tuned, guys.
Great as live update from Storm Chaser Brandon Kopic. You love to see it. So yeah, like he said, make sure you guys check out Radar Omega. You'll be able to watch Brandon Vance, a lot of the Storm Chasers from within the app if you want to. Best Radar app, all that good stuff. Links in the description. It does look like, unfortunately, we've got a report that there has been at least one person confirmed dead so far from Hurricane Ian, and that's in Cuba. It was a 43-year-old woman who had her house collapse on her. Another reported fatality from a man being electrocuted by downed power lines. This was relayed by a broadcast meteorologist. So maybe I don't know if those are the only two fatalities we've seen, but that's the only two I've heard of so far. So and that are directly associated with Hurricane Ian. Cuba got it bad, especially the western side there. Areas near Havana, points west, got the full extent of a Category 3 hurricane, and it's kind of unexpected that there was literally almost no. Like the storm didn't budge. The week that we expected at least a little bit of weakening whenever the storm went over the western side of Cuba, but that didn't really happen. So the whole between the eastern side of that Eyewall and Havana, Cuba, it was just absolutely a mess over there. Let's see here. Hayden Jacobs, thank you so much for the support. And thanks to everybody who's followed me on Twitter. We're almost, let me pull it up. Oh, yep. Almost at 100,000 followers on Twitter. Maybe if we get there, we get to 100,000 followers on Twitter, they'll give me one of them daggone check marks. I'm tired of people asking me, why don't you have one of them check marks? Buddy, I don't know. I really don't care. I don't want one, but like people are always asking me about like, why don't you have one? So maybe if we hit that number, they'll give me one. Let's see here. Call me Josh. He says, I want to be clear with everyone and Ryan and explain in more detail. But this is why I give to Ryan, and he's so he's talking about the Y'all Squad and what we do to help those affected by severe weather. So yeah, what Josh is trying to convey is that any time that with the severe weather that happened in Kentucky, we had a big bad historic flash flood here, and we took that Y'all Squad fund, whatever you want to call it, that we have, and we literally took like $50,000 worth of supplies to people, directly to people in Kentucky who needed it. And we've done things like that through a bunch over time, over the past year, but never on that big of a scale. So that's, I hope we never have to do that again. But if needed, we always can. And people like Josh are helping to add to that. Basically, the more funds that are put into the overall machine, the more ability I have to do something like that. So that's the general gist behind it. The number one way to support something like that is if there's a specific cause that comes up. Let's say that, for example, this ends up being a really bad storm, and we need
a new tornado warning has been issued
to send supplies or something down to South Florida. what I'll do is we'll come up with a special T-shirt or a sticker or something that goes along with that, and we'll say, okay, for the next 24 hours, 100% of the profits from this will go towards this, and you know, that's what we take all of that and we put it into taking it down there on top of whatever we have built up. So yeah, it's a really complicated thing, but overall, it's just our way of trying to make sure that you know, we're doing what we can, because one of the things that happens here is like we try to, like, I don't want to have just merch. I don't want to have just Ryan Hall y'all stuff just to you know, I've already got all the screens that I want, right? I don't need anything else here. So like it just helps me to be able to continue to be creative and do stuff like that and have a reason to kind of do it. So yeah, there was just a new tornado warning that just came in, so I want to go over that real quick. And that's up here near Ocean Breeze Park and Port St. Lucie, and Walton and Stewart. So if you are in Martin County, once again in Florida, take shelter now. It does look like we can maybe see this better from the Palm Bay radar. We'll see. We'll see if we can't find anything out. But for the most part, I don't think that I saw as much rotation with that one as maybe what you could see from a different storm that we were looking at earlier today. But there is definitely some rotation there. So make sure you're taking shelter in Seawalls Point, Stewart, all the way up to Eldred. Any chance for tornadoes? Yeah, there's going to be a chance for tornadoes all night tonight. All night. Thank you, Chris. Need to back up AC though. Yeah, I know it. Yeah, Andy's still here. There's just not as much to there's not as much going on right now. We're just kind of soaking in a bunch of the information and preparing for tomorrow. It's currently 11:22 p.m. on the East Coast. And by the way, I'm in Kentucky for anybody that didn't know. And we'll probably call it a night and end this stream at midnight. So we'll go through it for another 30 minutes or so. And then we'll call it a night, and we'll get ready for tomorrow. Once again, starting around 10 or 11 a.m., just depending on where the storm is. If it looks like it's really close to landfall, we might go 9, 10 a.m. If it looks like maybe it's slowed down a little bit and we're not going to see a landfall until 5, 6 p.m., we might wait until noon or so to start. But tomorrow, we're definitely probably going to go for 10, 11 hours total, and we'll be here from start to finish. And yeah, there is a high risk for excessive rainfall in Florida, which is also another rare thing. So I really hope that we did a good job of communicating that risk today too. I think that that's something that people are going to try to overlook. But that's going to cause a lot of problems. Hey, no problem, guys. Go ahead, Andy.
Hi, Ryan. I don't know if you've done this recently, but do you want to go over some of the additional features we'll have for tomorrow's stream? Like, I believe we'll be employing the use of the cyclone ports and live cams from those stationed along the Florida coast. Am I right?
Yes. Yeah, we are going to have access to a whole bunch of cyclone ports and what they're calling the Mesonet or the Mesovort network, which is just a big network of cameras down here in southwestern Florida, and they're attached to these big kind of like batteries, and they're tied down and they're indestructible and like they've got battery backup, solar power, and all this stuff. And we're going to be able to see these throughout the entire storm, even if the hurricane makes a direct hit here in Cape Coral. At any point, we'll be able to click on this and be able to look at the storm surge and see what's happening on the ground. Not only that, but we have access to the temperature, the humidity, the dew point, the central pressure or the pressure. We have one in Marcos Island. This is a storm surge cam. This is right next to the beach. You can't see it right now, but the water's out there. We'll be able to see it tomorrow. We have one near the New Pass Bridge. We have one near Sanibel Island, Port Charlotte. That one's going to be probably the most looked at one. Northport, and yeah, so there's a bunch of them there, but I believe that we're even going to see more of them deployed tomorrow. There's even one up here in Port Marina, up there north of Tampa. I believe they've got more of them that they're going to deploy tomorrow. So we'll see those and we'll be able to keep up with all of them. And we'll be able to interact with these in really interesting ways too. Some of them have PTZ controls that I'll be able to access. So if we're looking in one direction, but we want to look in the other one, I'll be able to literally get in there and turn the camera around if needed. So I think that's just a real unique thing that we're going to have access to because of Radar Omega. And once again, we watched live today as they installed these things in the rain. A lot of work went into making this happen, and we're going to have even more of them tomorrow. So that's going to be interesting, and it'll also be really useful to hopefully help us guide people through this and show what's happening. Additionally, on top of that, we'll have a bunch of storm chasers. We're going to have Vince Welty. We're going to have Brandon Kopic, Chris Hall, Brad Arnold, and probably Brett Adair. They're all going to be working with us, sending us feeds, and we'll be talking to them. And I just think it's going to be hopefully the storm is not a worst case scenario, and hopefully the coverage goes well. I just want to make sure that we're giving everybody the information that they're looking for in a way that's not hard to understand or hard to come by, or behind a paywall or something like that. Let's take a look at this storm. Once again, it's still too far away from the radar to really tell much about it. But we do have a tornado warning up here near North River Shores. But it does look, if what I'm seeing is, correct, it's hard to tell, but it does look like there is a significant amount of rotation here. So if we're in Sewell's Point, Stewart, North River Shores, Ocean Breeze Park, we need to be taking shelter now. What would it take for Ian to make a northwest turn and head for the coast of Alabama in the Florida Panhandle? Just curious. At this point, I think that is extremely unlikely. There's just too much force on the storm, keeping it suppressed to the south. That big blast of cold air, the big wall of wind shear up to the north, and just the general steering of the storm being attached to that trough that's kind of closing up as it heads up poleward is just not going to allow that to happen, I believe. Let's see. What else do we got? Yvette says a friend of mine sent me the link to your YouTube channel tonight when there was tornadoes in Hollywood area. My eyes have been pinned to your live ever since. I'll see you tomorrow. Amazing, informative broadcast. Thank you. Thank you so much. I like hearing the positive reviews. It lets me know that we're doing something right, I think. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I just want to talk a little bit more about tomorrow and people who may be tuning in from all areas that are impacted in some way by Hurricane Ian's path. So one of the most major things, of course, related to the last thing you just said was the tropical cyclone spawned tornadoes from these outer bands. That happens in virtually every hurricane. If you didn't know, almost every single hurricane documented since we could actually visualize tornadoes on radar has produced confirmed tornadoes, tornado damage, etc. And that almost always happens, like 99% of the time, in the front right quadrant of the hurricane and its path. So visualize Hurricane Ian, it's going basically straight north with a little bit of an east tilt. So imagine it's going just north. The northeast quadrant of that means everywhere points straight north and straight east. If you're south of that, you're out of by far the major risk of any tornadoes from the outer bands. If you're west of that, you're out of any risk. If you're in the Eyewall, well, you've got other problems to deal with there. But the northeast quadrant is what we're focusing on for tornado genesis, essentially, in any of the outer bands. So those of you tuning in from the Miami area tomorrow, as Hurricane Ian moves inland, your chance for tornadoes from any cells that head over you, dropping heavy rain, will be hopefully minimal. This should be the peak of the tornado activity for Miami tonight. And then tomorrow, we'll be looking at tornado potential up through Melbourne, starting to head towards Orlando, and areas in that quadrant. So if you're worried about tornadoes because you're not hopefully not in the direct path of Hurricane Ian from the National Hurricane Center's forecast cone, that will be what you should be looking out for there, in addition to high risks of excessive rainfall and thus flash flooding from the Weather Prediction Center, WPC, for Wednesday and Thursday for much of the Florida Florida Peninsula.
Awesome. Thank you, Andy. I want to read an excerpt from a discussion from the National Hurricane Center here that I think is pretty interesting. It says, however, so this is after it talked about all of the things that could negatively impact the growth or the strength of Hurricane Ian. After that, it says, however, it is expected that this large system will be fairly resilient to the shear and dry air before landfall. Therefore, the official intensity forecast continues to show Ian reaching the coast with Category 4 intensity. So even though we don't necessarily have an indicator over Cape Coral that says for sure that, we'll be at Category 4, it is still expected to make landfall with Category 4 intensity. And just honestly, there's not a whole lot of shear and dry air overall trying to interact with this thing as much as maybe what it would be the case if it was a little bit farther north. So I'm curious to see what this thing's going to look like in the morning. I'm hoping for the best. I'm hoping that we don't see any sort of like rapid widespread intensification of the system, but I think we should all prepare for the worst. and maybe expect this thing to kind of blow up overnight tonight. We're already starting to see some new towers pop up there. You see that big area of convection trying to blow up in the last couple of minutes. So yeah, this has still got a long way to go. It's got almost 12 hours before it's actually going to come ashore there. So we'll see what happens. I think it's just about time for me and the team to call it a night and get some rest for tomorrow. We're going to try to have a meeting at some point before we start. But I think that we're going to have everything ready to go and start streaming hopefully around 10 a.m., maybe earlier tomorrow. Once again, it depends on the speed of the storm. So I hope to see you all there. Once again, one last reminder, please subscribe. Hit the subscribe button. It's free. Turn notifications on. That way you get alerted to the stream when we go live. Additionally, follow me on Twitter. If that's going to be the best backup to make sure that you get alerted to when we go live or we do a video or anything that I do. The first thing I do is I go to Twitter. To me, that's just my way of interacting with you guys. It's through Twitter. So follow me over there. And then, yeah, we should be good. We should be good. Follow Andy on Twitter too.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Obviously, keep the tornado awareness kind of in your mind all night tonight. If you're in Southern Florida, we just got another tornado warning that was just now issued. That's going to happen all night. And I just want to make that abundantly clear that just because we're ending the live stream does not mean that the weather stops. So we're going to see that happen multiple times tonight. That newest warning is pretty much just a extension of the warning that we saw for Eldred and North River Shores, I believe, and it goes just a tiny bit farther north up towards White City and Fort Pierce. So we got a new tornado warning up there for Broward County. So if you're in Broward County, go ahead and take shelter. And we've got another storm, or we've got what world am I looking at? Here, let me switch over to the Miami radar. Broward County, this storm is actually closer to Miami. So let me tell you about this one. Andytown points south. Okay, Alligator Alley, I-27 intersection points south. That's the portion of Broward County that's included in this. So we got a tornado warning here for Broward County that includes this area. That is a little bit more of a concerning looking radar signature, but the velocity is not that impressive. So certainly something is happening here. We're seeing a developing storm that could possibly produce a tornado soon, but I don't think that it necessarily is right now. Thank goodness. But there's that warning box for you. We've seen so many tornado warnings tonight. You'd think I'd know the counties like the back of my hand. That's what happens when you when you're going. We've only done what 6-7 hours today. That's all right. We'll be rested up and ready to go tomorrow, and we will see you all there. Please, as soon as we start the live stream tomorrow, we need to do
that this storm can bring. Know where you are going to get your information. Listen to your local officials and heed their advice. They are trying to keep you safe. Have a plan to communicate with your family. Finally, FEMA and our partners are here. We are ready and we are focused on meeting the needs of those that we are charged to serve. But we need the help of everyone that we are charged, that everyone at home, to be as prepared as they can be. I am confident that we have the right team in place as we work this emergency response to Hurricane Ian, and together we have the capability to meet whatever threats may come our way.
We'll take a couple questions. Thank you, Director Criswell. You briefly mentioned Puerto Rico. There are still 750,000 customers without power in Puerto Rico. I know you authorized just in June $600 million, I believe, for an equipment for rebuilding the power grid there. There was something like $10 billion approved back in 2020. What's the status of the efforts to try to rebuild Puerto Rico's power grid, and had any of that taken place before this latest storm?
Yeah, I was just in Puerto Rico maybe about 3 weeks ago checking on the recovery from Hurricane Maria. And what I saw when I was there is one cohesive team between the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico and the federal family that has been really focused on all of the recovery efforts, but primarily the power restoration. When we were there just last week, checking on the impacts from Hurricane Fiona, what I saw there is they were putting power back as quickly as they could. But I think the important piece, and what really stood out to me, is what I saw them as they were repairing the down power poles. They were bringing back more resilient. They were putting them back with more resilient poles to withstand future impacts like we saw from Hurricane Fiona. We are committed to continuing to work with the governor of Puerto Rico in his efforts to make sure that we can rebuild this grid in a way that's actually going to be more resilient for future impacts.
How long do you think it'll take to rebuild the grid?
I think that we have done a lot of work in making sure that we've taken the time right now to do the plans, or the Commonwealth has, to do the plans to make sure that as they are rebuilding it, it's going to be more resilient. I think that the time, we'll get back to you on what the time frame is, but it takes time, right? Recovery never as fast as anybody wants it to be, but we will continue to work with them and expedite anything that we can to speed up that recovery.
Has the administration, or will the administration, waive the Jones Act that would allow for a diesel carrying ship to dock there in Puerto Rico to help provide necessary provisions of diesel oil to those there?
Yeah, we are committed to doing everything that we can within our legal authority to support the people of Puerto Rico. And we know that the Jones Act waiver is one of those things. We have a legal obligation to ensure that each waiver request meets the legal requirements of Congress. And so any final determination on that will be made by the Secretary of Homeland Security.
Given the pressure we've heard from the Puerto Ricans and the governor in that territory right now, what time frame should they anticipate that decision should be made, given the urgent need for that oil?
I know that they are actively working on that approval process, or that consideration right now, and so I don't have a time frame for you right now.
Okay. And just curiosity, well, I know we've asked before, you spoke to several mayors down there. One of the mayors said that one of the primary concerns was complacency. I'm curious, the president spoke to big leaders. First question to you is about complacency. The second is, you've spoken to the governor of the state. Why hasn't the president yet? Or is there a scheduled call for the two men to speak, obviously, as they're the preeminent leaders of the country and of that state?
I do have concerns about complacency. We're talking about impacts in a part of Florida that hasn't seen a major direct impact in nearly 100 years. There's also parts of Florida where there's a lot of new residents that have never experienced this type of threat. So my message to them is still take this very seriously, listen to your local officials, and those Floridians that have been through this before, help your neighbors that may have not had to go through this. Heeding the advice of your local officials is the most important. And as far as the conversation, the president directed me to contact the governor early on before we even did the declaration. I did that. My regional administrator is with the governor right now, making sure that we're understanding what the needs are, and our focus is on the current life safety needs that need to be met.
Can you describe just the level of communication with state officials, and have there been anything unusual or any challenges with that? How would you describe it?
Yeah, I think the communication that we have had with the state officials has been excellent. My regional administrator out of Region 4, Gracia Check, she is in Florida. She got there yesterday. She has been embedded at the state AOC, working with the state emergency management director one-on-one to make sure we're understanding what their needs are. Again, she's traveling with the governor to a few areas today to make sure we're understanding what those needs. We've had a long relationship with Florida. Our Region 4 has had a great partnership with all of the emergency management team there. They've done a lot of work with the different municipalities and the counties, and I think the relationship is very strong.
Is there anything different about this preparation compared to how FEMA normally prepares for hurricanes that approach landfall? Is there anything particular about the strength of this storm or where it's going to land that has changed how you prepare for it?
I don't know if I would say it's changed how we prepare for it. I would say under this administration, the president has given me very clear direction that we are going to lean in and we are not going to wait to provide assistance. And that's exactly what we're doing for this one. That's what we have done for the previous hurricanes that we experienced last year as well. We understand that this is going to have some significant impacts, and we want to make sure that we have the right resources in place ahead of time to be able to respond immediately when it's safe to do so.
Thanks. Related to Alex's last question, I mean, how has FEMA adapted its storm planning preparation or procedures to deal with increasingly rapid intensification of hurricanes? I mean, does it make it harder to respond to these?
I don't know if it makes it harder to respond. I think where the difficulty comes in with this rapid intensification is the time that's available to notify the public to take the necessary action to protect themselves. What I find is that we have less time for states to give evacuation orders because of the rapid intensification of these storms. But what we're doing, and what I did here, is contacted the governor on Friday to make sure that he knew we were ready to support his pre-landfall emergency needs, and giving him the assurance that we would have funding available to support his actions, but also our ability to bring in the federal family to be ready to respond to them.
You mentioned the ongoing operations in Puerto Rico and the recovery efforts there. Are you concerned that your agency is stretched thin right now dealing with that and preparing for what's coming to Florida right now? Do you have the resources and staff to handle the second storm?
So we do have a lot of events that are going on right now. We're still supporting the recovery in Kentucky, and we're supporting the current recovery going on in Puerto Rico. We have a very talented and dedicated work staff team of emergency managers, and we have enough people right now to come in and support the response for this, and then we will work to identify what the recovery needs are once we understand what the damages are. But we are more than postured to be able to support this response.
We heard the president say last week that the federal government will cover 100% of the recovery for the next month in Puerto Rico. Do you have an estimate yet, a ballpark of what that's going to cost for Puerto Rico?
I don't have that estimate yet, but it covers all of the different emergency protective measures, debris removal. There was a significant amount of debris removal that needed to take place. Any of their overtime costs that they may have incurred over that. As far as a dollar assessment, I don't have that yet.
No dollar assessment.
I don't have it yet. We can certainly see if we have a better estimate and get back to you.
Just to follow up.
I just
I'm sorry.
I just
want to return to what Peter had asked about Governor DeSantis. In the past, President Biden, has made calls to governors in situations of natural disasters. Kay Ivey in Alabama, Asa Hutchinson in Arkansas, or the governor in Texas. Is there any? Can you articulate, I guess, how those determinations are made and why it hasn't been made in this case to have the president call the governor?
Yeah, the president is very focused on making sure that the federal family has the right resources available to support this. That is why I contacted the governor right away, and we have a team of my senior leadership that are embedded with the governor to make sure that we're supporting that. Our focus today is making sure that we have the right measures in place to support the life-saving activities that need to happen. Any conversations afterwards will need to be, we need to see what the damages are.
But he's made conversations with the mayors, so is there any reason why not the governor?
Again, we have a strong team that's in place supporting the governor right now, working side by side with him and his staff. We'll continue to stay engaged with him.
Thanks. Just a follow-up to that. Normally, presidents call governors or the governors call presidents, but the only thing that really, during hurricanes, the only real question I really want answered is it in any way the fact that they haven't talked? Is there any way that it's impeded efforts of the federal government or FEMA to implement plans in Florida? And if so, what would they be?
No, this is that we are very focused on what the needs of Florida is right now. We do not bring politics into our ability to respond to these disasters. We are going to support whatever Governor DeSantis asks of us. We signed his emergency declaration within hours of him sending it in. We'll continue to do that as we see what the impacts of the storm are.
So the communication between the president and the governor has no impact on how you all operate?
Zero.
Just on the trajectory of the storm, I know you said that you expect it to make landfall somewhere on the west coast. Is there an expectation that that could change in the coming, day or two? And if it were to make landfall somewhere else that isn't the area you described, what steps would need to be taken in order for those resources, I guess, to get quickly moved to other areas? And is the agency preparing for that?
Yeah, I think that's an important question, right? We have a tendency to really focus on the cone and where it's going to make landfall. But as I talked about in my remarks, we are going to see impacts across the state of Florida, whether it's inland flooding from the large amount of rain that we're going to see, tornadoes and tornado watches that we may see in the southern part of the state later today, to the storm surge and the hurricane force winds that may impact the communities near landfall. We are postured and we are moving our equipment in a place that can support all parts of Florida because we know that there are going to be impacts across the state.
And just in terms of the agency's resources, FEMA has obviously been involved in working with the issue of influx of migrants across the country. Has that in any way put a strain on the agency and its resources and personnel, or do you at this moment feel like you have what you need to do that as well as natural disaster relief work?
Yeah, the resources that we are providing to support the influx of the migrant flow is through a program called our Emergency Food and Shelter Program. It's a reimbursable grant program, and that's the main source of our involvement right now.
When you talk about complacency, what are you concerned about? Are people refusing to heed evacuation orders?
Yeah, what I worry about when I think about complacency is that if it's been a near miss in the past, they feel like they can just ride this out. I've been through this before and I've had no issues, and so I can do it again. That's a dangerous way to think. I need to listen to your local officials because the storm surge, 10 feet, maybe in some areas higher, is going to be significant. And you put 20 inches of rain on top of that inland, you need to be able to listen to your local officials, right? And I think what we have and what we see is people that have not had any impacts, they think that that's not going to happen again. Take it seriously. Do not underestimate the potential that this storm can bring.
Okay, last two.
Thanks, Green. Administrator, thank you. So in the aftermath, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is at the lowest level since 37 years, and you said you've set aside some gas for Florida. Is there a concern that the reserve is not high enough now to handle the aftermath of this emergency and other hurricanes that could come?
I don't have any concerns at this point that we're going to have the ability to handle the fuel needs that we're going to need in Florida. We will continue to assess after the storm passes to see what the impacts are. We'll make sure that we're putting measures in place to support any gaps that we might identify.
Season, you think you're covered?
It all depends on what the impacts from this storm might bring, and so we need to do those assessments after the storm passes.
Last question, way in the back.
Thank you. The storm is expected to travel north. Have you had any conversations with the governors of South Carolina and Georgia about the potential impacts there? What are you most concerned about?
Yeah, I spoke with both governors yesterday to get a better idea of what they were concerned about. They were stepping up their postures to make sure that they were prepared to support any impacts that they might see. As the storm track continues to change, again, our regional office will continue to engage with them, and we'll move resources into there if needed. And we'll stay in close contact with the governors and their staff.
That was FEMA officials earlier today here on Live Now from Fox as we watch them provide an update as they're also monitoring Hurricane Ian very, very closely. And we want to get you back out to our Fox affiliates in Tampa as they continue to monitor this, as here's a weather report from them as they closely monitor Hurricane Ian as it turns slowly toward the west coast there in Florida.
Yeah, hey guys, I think a lot of questions have been answered through the day today. You think back to 11 o'clock last night, we were still at a point where we had the surge potential around Tampa Bay, and today that has gone down to like very minimal, if anything at all. Don't want to discount it completely because obviously there's going to be subtle changes here and there, but to be quite frank, there's really not much of a threat at all for any storm surge here in Tampa Bay. It's really going to be like Sarasota County as the furthest north point, particularly once you get down towards Fort Myers, Cape Coral, Port Charlotte. Those are the big problem spots at this point, simply because of where likely landfall is going to be. You look at where the center of the storm is now and kind of draw a line straight north to Tampa Bay. It's at our longitude. So at this point, the storm's not going to go straight north and give us that kind of a problem. It's going to continue on this northeasterly track and kind of somewhere in here by late afternoon, early evening tomorrow be making landfall. So that'll be an interesting setup there, as of course that puts us on the northwesterly side. We could be in a situation very Irma-esque where the bay is actually draining here in Tampa Bay, and certainly no concerns up along the Nature Coast either. Winds at 120 miles per hour. 11 o'clock advisory is in. The track shifted slightly to the south and east. Again, Fort Myers, definitely a focal point, maybe a little bit further north from there, just depending on little wobbles back and forth. But this is not going to make landfall as far north as Tampa Bay. So again, the surge concerns alleviated in a big way over the course of the day today. Still moving northeast at 10 right now. Pressure was up to 952. Earlier today, it was 942. That is simply because we've seen that weakening because of that Eyewall replacement cycle. Now that that is kind of finished up, we should see that pressure drop again and the wind speeds increase overnight. So probably going to become a Cat 4 at some point between now and landfall, whether it's early tomorrow morning or overnight. We'll see how it goes. Again, the surge issues really not there around Tampa Bay or north. As you go further south, the surge concerns really start to rise, especially when you get down to like southern Sarasota County, say like Venice southward. Look at this. I mean, 10, 12 feet of surge. Cape Coral and Sanibel. I mean, that is not a good setup for our friends to the south. And you don't really change a whole lot in terms of the winds and the rain impacts with this, even though a system makes landfall to our south. Again, the hurricane is not a point on the map. So even if the track is like this, far-reaching impacts all across Central Florida. Here's kind of what you can go for. Gusts, that should be more like 75 again for Hillsborough County, Pinellas County, and south. We'll update that, but the surge is primarily south of Tampa Bay. Gusts further north, a little bit weaker, very little surge. Heavy rain. Tornadoes, certainly a big concern with these outer bands as they sweep through, always with the landfalling system. We have like 25, 30 tornado warnings, and it's kind of a secondary part of the news just because you're focused on the surge and the wind and all that, but tornadoes are a big problem as well. In the inland counties, I mean, you think back to Charlie, Jean, and Francis, all within like that month and a half time span. You folks in Polk County just got hammered. Every single storm went through your county. Seems like all the time that's how it kind of works out, and you get some hurricane force winds, and it's nasty, and you lose power for a long period of time. I mean, with this kind of a track kind of cutting through Hardee and DeSoto and Highlands County, it's not a good setup. So hoping for the best, but undoubtedly you're probably going to see some hurricane force wind gusts through that part of our viewing area. Rainfall is going to be a big problem. Again, still looking at potential for 15 to 20 inches, maybe an isolated spot, even a bit more than that. We've had a very wet September. I see a big problem with downed trees. You think about all those big trees with the root systems kind of loosened up, and you get a prolonged period of 12, 15, 18 hours of tropical storm force winds. Probably going to be a big issue with that as well. So still lots to talk about. We've seen some good news today in some ways for some of our viewing area, but for other spots, the threat and the issues have definitely gone up. So it's really a no-win scenario for anybody at this point, guys.
All righty. Thank you so much, Tyler. Disney's not going to take any chances with Hurricane Ian. It's closed tomorrow and Thursday, and that includes all 4 parks, along with the water parks, too. Disney Springs also closed tomorrow. Disney says it'll monitor the weather conditions to decide when it's safe for cast and visitors to return.
Yeah, going to be dicey in Central Florida tomorrow and for a couple of days. And also thanks to the hurricane, passengers aboard a Tampa-based cruise ship will get to spend a little extra time in Mexico. The Carnival Paradise is in the middle of a 5-day cruise, and it was due back in port on Thursday. But now passengers are getting an extended visit to Cozumel. The ship won't depart Mexico until sometime tomorrow. They'll head across the Gulf toward Tampa, but will stay at a safe distance until the port and the U.S. Coast Guard decide that it's safe to return. The Paradise's 4-day cruise that was scheduled for Thursday has been canceled.
A little more bang for the buck there. Okay, another check on the forecast when we come right back.
Also checking in on the world of...
We are going to thank you to our Fox 13 affiliates there in Tampa as they're providing a good update on what we've seen there. as Hurricane Ian slowly approaches, and it looks like it's turning a little bit to the east there. It's as Tampa not getting hit as hard as maybe we thought 24 hours ago it would, as it was the center of that cone of uncertainty. Now it's just on the edge a little bit as Hurricane Ian has turned a little bit to the right there. We're going to continue on here on Live Now from Fox and certainly follow some of the big stories as Hurricane Ian made its way up to the Gulf of Mexico and it passed over Cuba, and also Cuba without electricity. This according to the AP, after Hurricane Ian collapses their power grid, and you can just see or not see Cuba here on this nighttime satellite picture from Ambassador Eric Stratting there as Cuba, just south of Florida, north of Jamaica. You can see the two lights there, but you can see the faint blue blob there in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico, and that's Cuba without electricity for most of their residents there. You can see Florida and the Florida Keys, the Miami-Dade area there, and you can see Jamaica in the bottom portion of their screen still a little bit lit up, but Cuba without power there. So that is just shows the intensity of this storm, Hurricane Ian, as it's likely to be a Category 4 storm by the time it makes landfall tomorrow, likely in Florida. I'm Andy Mack from Live Now from Fox. We're going to continue to follow some of the biggest stories from around the world, and certainly that one, Hurricane Ian, is we're going to be following for the next 24, 48 hours as it approaches Florida. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break, but after we come back, we're going to hear from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis about the latest update on Hurricane Ian and tracking that major storm. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. It's just past midnight there on the East Coast as we watch Hurricane Ian there on our XRAD weather computer model here as it approaches the southern point of Florida there. And at Fort Myers, Lee County looks to be in a bullseye right about now. Just a little bit ago, earlier tonight, we heard from Governor Ron DeSantis as he provided an update and gave a little more specifics on the storm, its track, and what the Florida officials are planning to do afterwards. Let's tune in here on Live Now from Fox to give you a little bit more of an update on what to expect from Hurricane Ian.
Good evening. I'm here with Florida Department of Emergency Management Director Kevin Guthrie, our Transportation Secretary Jared Perdue, as well as the Chief Financial Officer of the state of Florida, Jimmy Petronas. As of 11 p.m., Hurricane Ian is located roughly 170 miles south-southwest of Punta Gorda in Charlotte County, and it's moving north-northeast at 10 miles per hour. It's now a strong Category 3 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 120 miles per hour. Tornado watches are in effect in Central and in South Florida until 5 a.m. We have 2 radar-indicated tornadoes in Kings Point in Palm Beach, as well as possible tornadoes in Hollywood in Broward County. The most recent update by the National Hurricane Center for the track of Ian places landfall at the juncture of Charlotte and Lee counties. And so if you think about where we were 48 hours ago with a much different track, 24 hours ago looking a lot like Tampa Bay, and then each model and then now the performance of the storm is causing the Hurricane Center to move it southeastward in terms of where it's on the west coast of Florida. And so people in Southwest Florida, this is going to likely make landfall as a Category 4 hurricane. There will be catastrophic flooding and life-threatening storm surge on the Gulf Coast region. And of course, the highest risk will be in that Southwest Florida region from Naples up to Sarasota. There's also potential for flash flooding and river flooding with 10 to 20 inches across Central and Northeast Florida. If you are in an evacuation zone, particularly in those Southwest Florida counties, your time to evacuate is coming to an end. You need to evacuate now. You're going to start feeling major impacts of this storm relatively soon. We anticipate landfall sometime tomorrow afternoon into tomorrow evening. But of course, even if it arrives on land tomorrow evening, you're going to feel those effects far before that. So if you still haven't made the decision, now's the time to do it, and now's the time to act. And again, you don't have to traverse all across the state of Florida. You need to get to higher ground. You need to get to structures that are safe. There are shelters open in all of these counties, and that would be preferable than remaining in one of those very vulnerable areas with really, really potentially catastrophic storm surge. Now, as the storm approaches and the winds start to pick up, you may see bridge closures as early as tomorrow. Once winds increase to around 40 to 45 miles per hour of sustained winds, both Florida Department of Transportation and the Florida Highway Patrol, in coordination with local law enforcement, will be evaluating the conditions to determine if and when to close bridges to ensure the safety of the motorists. Again, bridges may be closed as early as tomorrow. So as you make plans to evacuate, please keep that in mind. Additionally, as traffic has returned to a normal flow on I-4 eastbound, FDOT has discontinued for the time being the emergency shoulder use. If you plan on traveling on I-4, normal traffic patterns are in effect. Of course, if that traffic flow starts to slow down like it did earlier today, that's something that they will reinstitute. As evacuations continue, fuel stations may temporarily run out of fuel. You can use Gas Buddy to find stations in your area that have fuel. We have suspended tolls on the roads in Central Florida as well as the roads in Tampa Bay. We're going to continue to keep with that. We've mentioned today that Visit Florida has partnered with Expedia to provide hotel room options for people that are leaving evacuation zones. You can go to expedia.com/Florida to do that. In terms of vacancies, the most significant numbers of vacancies are in northern Florida from Tallahassee to Pensacola, as well as in southeast Florida in Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach counties. There are some vacancies in other parts of Florida, but those have by far the most vacancies at the current time. There's also a number of Airbnbs available, and similar to the hotels, the most availability is in both Southeast Florida as well as the Big Bend and Panhandle region of the state of Florida. We think it's very important that you don't leave your pets behind. Bring your pets with you. They need you during this time. We have asked the hotels to relax their pet policies and advertise their relaxed pet policies on their website and on Expedia. The good news is many of them have done that. Many of them are allowing pets when they otherwise may not do that. And we thank them for that because we understand how important it is when people are evacuating for their own safety. It's not just them, family members as well as their pets. We have over 176 shelters open statewide, including more than 50 special needs shelters, and more will likely be added as this storm progresses to other parts of the state. If you want to look at shelters, go to floridadisaster.org/shelters, floridadisaster.org/shelters. We now have 58 school districts that have announced school closures due to this storm. Go to fldoe.org/storminfo to get the most up-to-date information on school closures, fldoe.org/storminfo. There's now over 30,000 personnel stationed and standing by to help with power restoration, and that's across all of our utilities, our electric co-ops. Right now in the state of Florida, there's about 8,000 customers that are out of power. That's mostly in Southeast Florida due to some of the things that we have seen. But of course, that number will be into the millions relatively shortly. You're going to see widespread power outages as a result of Hurricane Ian making landfall and then working its way through the state of Florida. But we're working with all of those companies to make sure that they have the ability to get in as soon as possible and to help restore power once the storm passes. And that's both FDOT as well as Florida Highway Patrol with that. FloridaDisaster.org/get-a-plan. If you have any questions about what is going to be happening within the next 24 hours. And what's going to happen is this is a relatively slow-moving storm now. When it actually reaches landfall, it's likely to go to a trickle. That's going to dump an enormous amount of rain on the state of Florida. It is going to work its way from Southwest Florida up to the central part of our state. It's going to have major impacts in places like Osceola County, Orange County, and it's now projected to exit the state of Florida after passing through Volusia County, and it will go into the Atlantic Ocean and likely probably gain strength and run into some other state. But once it gets out of Florida, it's going to be kicking up a lot of water, and that's going to impact Northeast Florida. It's going to impact the St. Johns River. It's going to impact Duval County. So this is going to have widespread impact. So you see major hurricane category 4, that initial impact, that's going to be severe. The storm surge is going to be severe. Obviously, the water and the flooding for a slow-moving storm, very severe impacts in Southwest Florida. But those impacts are going to continue going out all through the state. So this is not going to end up leaving the state of Florida until sometime on Friday morning. So this is a lot of nasty weather that we're in store for over the next few days. Kevin Guthrie is here, as well as Jimmy Petronas. So I'll let Kevin come up, and then we'll hear from Secretary Perdue and CFO.
Thank you, Governor. Again, appreciate your continued leadership on this response to Hurricane Ian. As you said, currently Hurricane Ian is bringing tropical storm force winds and rain to the Keys and South Florida. Our meteorologist just mentioned to us that before coming in here that our tropical storm force winds may extend out at landfall 300 plus miles to the northeast. So again, as the governor's already mentioned, this will be a statewide event. This is going to cause conditions for flooding. We've already, as the governor has mentioned, already started seeing tornadoes begin to form. I urge Floridians to monitor weather alerts and seek immediate shelter if tornado warnings are issued. Tropical tornadoes will occur very quickly. They will happen overnight tonight and will occur during heavy rain. You will not be able to see them coming. If you get a weather alert, stay in an interior room of a secure structure away from windows and doors and protect your head and body from any debris. If there is a flash flood warning in your area, remember it is never safe to walk or drive through flooded areas. If there is a flooded roadway, do not drive through the flooded roadway. You do not know what is going on with the roadway underneath. Please turn around and do not drown in that situation. Areas in the South Florida and the Keys began to experience outages, as the governor has already mentioned. We highly encourage you, as such, if you have not lost power, please go by an ATM and have some cash on hand before power is lost in your area. If you happen to have food in your refrigerators, you should limit the amount of times that you open that door. This will help keep your food and perishables intact for a longer period of time. If you are using a generator, remember to keep it elevated on a hard surface to prevent it from getting wet and increasing your chances of electrocution. Again, as we've always said, do not operate your generator indoors. Make sure you keep it outdoors and far away from windows and doors so that no exhaust can enter the home. Generator exhaust contains carbon monoxide, which will be fatal. If residents have questions about resources for Hurricane Ian, I urge them to reach out to their local emergency management or public safety office. This storm will only continue to intensify. If you want to leave, as the governor has said, now is your last chance. We cannot send first responders into harm's way because you decided not to leave. You must leave now. If you have any questions about the status of the storm and you don't have access to a computer, please continue to call our State Assistance Information Line toll free at 1-800-342-3557. The number is 1-800-342-3557. As always, you can follow us on our social media on Facebook and our Twitter page at FLCERT. Again, Governor, thank you very much.
Okay, Jared.
Yes, thank you, Governor. Earlier today, efforts were taken to enhance the ease of evacuations for Floridians by suspending tolls in Central Florida and activating what we call emergency shoulder use along the I-4 corridor from Tampa to Orlando. Allowing motorists the ability to use the shoulder as an extra lane of travel helped more vehicles to evacuate safely and quickly out of the Tampa area. We are seeing I-4 traffic volumes return to routine travel conditions, allowing us to pick up the emergency shoulder use and prepare for the storm's landfall. Toll suspension will remain in place to aid motorists still looking to evacuate and also those that have evacuated to certain areas. The full list of toll facilities that are suspended can be found at fdot.gov/Ian toll suspension. As the storm is close to making landfall, FDOT and FHP continue to closely monitor wind speeds and flood-prone areas in case closures are needed on roads or bridges. Once wind speeds on bridges increase beyond 40 miles per hour, sustained, FHP and local law enforcement will begin closing access across bridges to ensure the safety of motorists. The department has worked tirelessly with partners to strategically stage resources in order to immediately begin storm recovery efforts once the storm has passed through. We are staged and ready to perform road and bridge inspections as soon as it is safe to do so. Coastal bridges are absolutely one of our top priorities as we support the life safety mission following the impact of the storm. Additionally, emergency and pre-event contracts have been activated for post-storm operations, including roadway clearance operations, debris removal, traffic signal and lighting repairs, and generators. Having these ready ensure FDOT staff, our contractors, and our partners are ready to spring into action and immediately begin post-storm recovery efforts, including clearing roadways for emergency responders, utility workers, and other agencies to begin their efforts. Transportation partner agencies have made storm preparations and are anticipating efforts to reopen as quickly as possible. Seaports, airports, rail, and transit agencies in the path of the storm have closed in anticipation of the storm making landfall and stand ready to open as soon as it is safe.
You were just listening in there to officials, including the Florida governor there, provide an update, their final update of this Tuesday night as we head into Wednesday. And you can see some video already out from the people down there in Florida as the outer bands of Hurricane Ian already causing some problems there for people on the roads. You saw some rain, some wind, people driving through some water here. So certainly they're asking people to stay prepared, stay vigilant as Hurricane Ian approaches. But obviously the bans, the outside. It's not just necessarily the eye of the storm that is going to cause problems. It's going to be the storm surge. It's going to be the rain. It's going to be the flooding. So those are factors that are very important here. So you can see already some video coming in, and I'm sure we'll see a lot of more dramatic video tomorrow from people there in Florida as Hurricane Ian. And obviously we want to make sure people stay safe and not just take pictures of the wind and the rain and the flooding that's going on, and make sure people are staying safe. We're also following it from our affiliates down there in Florida, and this tweet coming from our Fox 13 affiliates there. Paul Delgado, their eastward track adjustments of Ian continues. Watchers from very low bay levels later on today into the Gulf Series. Impacts following the path of Ian, especially near and to the east of the landfall point. Over a foot of rain in spots in central Florida. They were talking about the dirty side, the right side of the storm, certainly causing a lot of problems as the rain and bands and tornadoes and different things. So we want to make sure everyone is staying safe throughout the day as they watch Hurricane Ian progress toward landfall. We're going to take one more break here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. You're looking at our studios in downtown Phoenix as we watch this storm slowly approach the western coast of Florida. Hurricane Ian. We've been tracking it all day today, providing updates from officials both on the county level, the city officials of Tampa, the governor of Florida, also FEMA officials from the White House press briefing room. We will continue to provide any and all press conferences as they provide updates to us, and we will provide the update to the public as Hurricane Ian approaches the coast of Florida. We want to make sure everyone stays safe and make sure they are abiding by what the officials are telling them. And we're going to get into the press conference today from Tampa, Florida Mayor Jane Castor, as she was providing an update on Hurricane Ian as it approaches now just a little bit likely south of Tampa there. Here earlier on Live Now from Fox.
All right. Everybody ready? Okay. Mayor Jane here giving the latest briefing. As you all know, we're looking to do this at 11:30 and 5:30 every day. The latest predicted path of Hurricane Ian shows that it may land a little further south than first anticipated, which wouldn't be good news for our neighbors, but would be for the Tampa Bay area. having the storm basically stall right across from Tampa Bay, as we discussed earlier, would really be catastrophic with the amount of rain, the storm surge, and no place for the water to go as we are already saturated. So our plans have gone very, very well. Our preparations, our Parks and Recreation passed out almost 100,000 sandbags. We opened up 16 Parks and Rec locations for children whose parents had to go to work. Those facilities have all been closed down for the storm. The evacuations, I've been in contact with FDOT, talked to Greg Slater with Thea, and they have seen record numbers of people up on the Selman Expressway going out eastbound. I-4, as you know, has some traffic congestion going east, and the same thing with north. So people are heeding the warning to evacuate to safer grounds. So we are doing well. We have had the officers go to all of the mobile home parks in the evacuation zones. So we feel very confident about that. People are going to the shelters. We're getting them transportation there. So we are prepared. We are having, as I stated before, conversations with the fuel suppliers to make sure that we've got those up and running. We had our code enforcement go out. We have just over 100 ALFs and nursing homes in the city of Tampa. They went around to each one of those, not only ensuring they had the generators, but that those generators worked. We offered fuel for some of the ones that were a little low, and the city had agreed to top off those generators in the event that they need those. Tico is here to talk about some of the earlier notification that they were going to shut down some of their facilities. And so they will talk a little bit more about that. But first, I will have Chief Tripp, our emergency manager, come up and give a few details.
Thank you, Mayor. Barbara Tripp, Fire Chief for Tampa Fire Rescue, as well as the Emergency Manager. As the Mayor has stated earlier about the changes with Hurricane Ian, that still does not stop us from preparing for the worst. We will receive some rain, we will receive some wind, so we still need to make sure that everyone is prepared. If you are still in the evacuation area, you must make sure that you follow the rules that we want you to evacuate safely. This storm could make another change, which we're hoping it doesn't, but you just need to make sure you're prepared. Once again, we have been communicating with local agencies for assistance. We have been communicating with the community. We have a lot of resources out there available to the community. So we want to make sure that everyone take heed to the resources that's available. Make sure you take care of your loved ones, your kids, and your pets. We have shelters that are open for special needs. We have shelters that are open for families to make sure that you are secured. We don't know what this storm is going to bring. And as the Mayor stated earlier, it shifts. Good for Tampa, but once again, we just hope it doesn't shift again. And once the storm do start coming in, once again, 911, first responders will not be able to respond if the winds or sustained wind are greater than 40 miles per hour. So for your safety and our safety, we ask you to continue to pay attention to the news and all the media that's out there for you all to stay safe as well as keep us safe. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Just a couple of points to add to what Mayor Castor and Chief Tripp mentioned. Our school shelters are up and running, and they are being staffed with Tampa PD school resource officers. So the security at the shelters is of the utmost priority for those that have evacuated. We actually did visit Zone A and Zone B, which were the two mandatory evacuation zones, 3 times. So we're still urging residents to evacuate safely. There is still plenty of time to evacuate to one of the shelters. The transportation options are available until 7 p.m. this evening. That is Hart and Uber, which are both free of charge. So if anybody wants to get to one of the shelters, we are obviously have those opportunities available to us. The one thing I do want to mention is that since the state of emergency was announced, that any of the crimes that are committed in the burglary or theft realm that are committed during the state of emergency, that the penalties are enhanced. And I just want to stress that at this point, that if you commit a burglary or a theft during a state of emergency in Hillsborough County, a burglary would normally be a second-degree felony, and it will be upgraded to a first-degree felony, and a third-degree felony, theft or burglary, would be enhanced to a second degree. So I just want to stress that we are obviously protecting our businesses and our residents' homes from burglary and theft, and I just would recommend that people do not commit those crimes because of the enhancements. The other thing I just want to mention as far as the law enforcement is concerned is that if you are arrested for one of those crimes, you also have mandatory appearance in front of a magistrate before you're able to bond out, and that's going to be delayed as the courts will be closed for the next couple of days. So again, Tampa PD is ready, willing, and able to assist anybody that needs last-minute preparations, but we do, stress that we have resources available to you, and it's very important that anybody that is still in the evacuation zones stay abreast of any changes that happen with the track of the storm. I'd like to announce Councilman Joseph Citro here, who's going to say a few words.
Thank you very much, Chief. I'd like to thank all of the family members of the city of Tampa. All the departments have been working very, very hard to keep the citizens safe. But I'm going to have to repeat the words of Chief Tripp. If you are in a mandatory evacuation area and this storm takes a different course, please, if the winds get too strong or the streets get flooded, first responders may not be able to get to you. Please, if you're in an evacuation zone, please evacuate now. And the city of Tampa is working hard to keep you and your family safe.
Hi, Sherry Jacobs, Tampa Electric. Tampa Electric is bringing in thousands of workers to help restore power after the storm passes. We have 3,500 line workers, tree trimmers, and damage assessors. Some of them have already arrived, and the rest will arrive tomorrow to help us restore power as quickly and safely as possible after it's safe to work when the storm passes. Earlier today, we were evaluating the risk in our downtown electrical grid, and we were considering doing targeted interruptions in two parts of downtown, the western side and the southern tip. Happy to report that with this change in Hurricane Ian's track, the risk of storm surge has diminished significantly. So we no longer, at this time, are planning to interrupt the power to any customers in the downtown area, including Davis Island and Harbor Island. Now, this is, of course, a dynamic storm. Things could change. We may reevaluate that in the future, but for now, there's no plans to interrupt the service downtown.
All right, before we open it up for questions, one of the things I want to just let everyone know is that with our homeless population, that we have been focused on that as well. And so we have provided transportation for all of the residents at Tampa Hope, which many of you know is our wraparound residential services for those individuals that are homeless. And we have moved all of those individuals to a shelter. And we have our officers and our homeless liaison, homeless reach out teams that are out in the community trying to encourage our homeless population to transport to one of these shelters. Also, I believe there was a little confusion about the curfew. The conversation was if the original storm prediction was to come to fruition, that being 10 to 15 foot tidal surges and 20 to 30 inches of rain, that we would, based on the outcome of that storm, put a curfew in place, but that curfew would not be put in place without conversations with Hillsborough County. So I think that was misinterpreted as if curfew was going to be placed imminently. So with that, we will open it up to any questions. Yes, and we are, as you know, as we stated before, mandatory evacuation still allows individuals to make personal choices. And so we're doing all we can to encourage individuals not only to evacuate, as you've heard Chief O'Connor talking about the officers visiting the evacuation zones, but also having those conversations with individuals that may be needing shelter. And the issue is that once the winds get so high or the water's in, then we don't have the ability to transport anyone anywhere. So we'll continue to have those conversations until we can. Yeah, everything is a possibility, but right now with the trajectory, if we don't have the damage that was predicted before and, entire neighborhoods are impacted, then there won't be a need to put a curfew in place. If we can block off neighborhoods that have been evacuated and sustain some damage, if we feel confident with the security that TPD can provide, then there won't be a need for a curfew. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Yes. Well, first of all, again, we can't take these predictions as the gospel. They weren't accurate, completely accurate. No fault of those that are providing the predictions. They have data that's available. It's always subject to change. And every hurricane that we've had, we've seen this. The issue with this particular hurricane isn't necessarily the wind velocity and the damage that the wind's going to do. It's the water. And that you have to be away from. You're not going to stay in your home and be safe from 10 to 15 foot tidal surges. And we're still this is a very serious storm. Even if it stays on the current trajectory, we're not coming out of this unscathed. There is going to be widespread flooding in our city. We're already saturated. As I said earlier, we had our typical summer thunderstorm last night and we had to shut roads down throughout the city. So we are saturated. We're going to try to get rid of this water as fast as we possibly can, but there is going to be flooding. So individuals have had ample time to take care of their possessions and they've got a few more hours, but they need to get out of those flood zones. And yes, I've been very satisfied. The police department, I think you indicated that they've made 3 rounds through these locations. And there are individuals that say that they're going to stay. But as I said before, in my 31 years of law enforcement, I've never talked to anybody who's stayed through a major hurricane that hasn't said, I'm never doing that again. So people that think that this might be something frivolous, that they can just, trudge through, that's not the case. Mother Nature wins every single time. And if you're facing not only the high winds, but it's the water. When that water comes in, you're not going to be able to get out. We've seen that in New Orleans. We've seen that in Houston. We've seen that in so many other locations. His message was that anything that we need, they are prepared to provide. They've already staged resources. I talked to the regional FEMA director, probably about an hour and a half ago, who is staging up in the Emergency Operations Center in Tallahassee. And again, reiterated what the president said, that we are here for you, clearly hoping for the best, but understanding that any of these storms that come into the Gulf, it's going to hit somebody's town. And so they just wanted us to know that they are there for us and they'll be here for whatever our needs may be.
No, not yet. And we hope to keep it that way. Yeah, so if it's a burglary or a theft-related offense, the felonies get up 1 degree. So a third-degree felony would be prosecuted as a second-degree felony would be prosecuted as a first degree. Correct. Yeah, I mean, depending on what the charge is, if it's a third-degree felony and it's one of those two, because, you know, depending on the burglary theft amount, it changes whether it's a third or a second-degree felony. So either way, if it starts out as a third, it'll be a second. If it starts out as a second, it'll go to a first. Yeah, all TPD scheduled leave time was canceled. So we do have all hands on deck. Tampa PD is currently on an Alpha Bravo deployment, which means the entire department is working either 12 hours on or 12 hours off. So everybody, it's all hands on deck. Everybody's in a uniform. Everybody's on the street, ready to go. We have the department separated. We're kind of used to this, you know, large scale operations. So you either have the hurricane branch or the patrol branch, but we are answering calls for service as usual, and we're ready, willing, and able to respond to any emergency. Yeah, so we have approximately 1,000 officers on the street over the course of the next couple of days. Normally, we would have right in the neighborhood of around 600-ish. So there's about 300 to 400 additional resources on the street in uniform as we speak, ready to assist. And the Alpha Bravo deployment, the 12 on, 12 off, does not cease until we know that post-hurricane, you know, recovery and relief efforts are satisfied.
And thank you for being with us. This is our first afternoon briefing for Hurricane Ian today. With regards to emergency management officials, the expanded the mandatory evacuation order to include both level A and B in Manatee County. Additionally, residents living in evacuation level C are encouraged to find shelter further inland. We are evacuating tens of thousands of people from the barrier island as residents and visitors are heading to are heeding to our advice. I can tell you yesterday afternoon, I saw golf carts leaving on Manatee Avenue, leaving Holmes Beach. Level A And it's important to note, level A includes Rabonia, Palmetto Point, Terracea, and the tens of thousands of mobile and manufactured homes in Manatee County. We will be turning off the water to the islands at sunset tonight to try and save the infrastructure from Ian's wrath. The sewage lift stations on the islands will also be turned off to prevent possible damage to the system. People need to take this seriously. Evacuate now if you are in level A, level B, or if you are in level C and are concerned, especially individuals around Wares Creek. We have more shelter locations open today at noon. We added Hale Middle School and Buffalo Creek Middle School. In addition to the others opened at 8 a.m. this morning, Braden River High School, which is pet friendly, Manatee High School, which is pet friendly, Mills Elementary School, also pet friendly, Bayshore Elementary School, Freedom Elementary School, Gullett Elementary School, Harvey Elementary School, Lee Middle School, Mayaca City Elementary School, Miller Elementary School, McNeil Elementary School, Rogers Garden Elementary School, Williams Elementary School, and Willis Elementary School. And I feel like I'm back on the school board. More than 229,000 sandbags have been distributed to date at sites all over the county. Our supplies have been exhausted, though. We are out of bags. The storm, even though it's doing what hurricanes do and it has a little jog here and a little jiggle there, it is still a major hurricane. Hurricanes do what this one is doing. A little bit of guidance to the south doesn't mean we are out of the woods. We can expect flooding, tornadoes, driving rain, and storm surge are the threats that we are anticipating. And we are anticipating it to start tonight. We will probably begin seeing tropical storm winds and rain, typical tropical storm conditions around midnight tonight. If you are in an evacuation area, evacuate and be in your safe area by sundown. That way you can get settled in. If you are evacuating to a friend's house, a colleague's home that's inland and in an area outside of the evacuation zone, try to get there before sundown. You can already see the outer bands have begun to hit our area. It is only going to get worse, and it's going to get worse quickly. Don't wait until it's too late, because we will shut down the roads when the winds are too high to safely navigate through the county. This is early afternoon. You need to finish securing your homes. You need to make sure you're packed for a couple of days. This storm has picked up a little bit of forward motion, but it is still moving slowly. We can expect hurricane and/or tropical storm conditions for at least 36 hours. It is not going to pass through our area quickly, and it's going to drop a tremendous amount of rain. It's going to have intense gusty winds. This will come on shore north of Venice at the moment, but how many of you have driven to Venice Beach? It is not that far. If you look at the size of that storm, and that image was taken about 2 hours ago, it has grown into a very large hurricane. It is expected to be a Category 3 storm when it reaches our shore. I can't underemphasize this enough. This is not something we have seen in the Tampa Bay area in 100 years. 100 years. This is a serious storm. It is not to be taken lightly. I know I've been in the Tampa Bay area for decades too, and it seems like we always luck out. Do not count on us lucking out with this storm. It is serious. If you are on the islands, you need to be off of the island by sundown. The water will be shut off. The lift stations will be shut off. And if any of you don't know what a lift station is, that is what's required when you flush your toilet for what was in your toilet to be lifted off the island. You do not want to be on the island with a Category 3 hurricane and no water and no sewage disposal. It's not going to be fun, and it's not going to be safe. This is going to be a slow-moving storm. You want to be in a safe location to ride it out. Fill your tub with water to flush, but hopefully you're not on the island trying to compensate for the lift stations being shut off. And remember, if power is out, no lift stations in your area are going to be working. As the storm makes its way closer, remember to not head out in the storm. Once we get word out that it is not safe to be outside and driving a vehicle, please don't do it. Because if we tell you it's not safe to go out and drive around town, it means if you have a problem, our emergency vehicles aren't going to be out driving around town either, which means you're going to be stuck. If you see water in the road, unless you are absolutely sure you have x-ray vision and depth sounder eyes, don't drive through it. You may get stuck. As our utility folks are reminding residents to not try and remove manholes and cleanouts to clear clogs. Let our experts do it when it's safe to do it. Don't play utility guy. After the storm, if you want a job in utilities, you can personally call me. We'll hire you and we'll train you to lift those manholes. Current projections have landfall as a Category 3 somewhere north of Venice on Wednesday evening. That's about 6 to 12 hours sooner than was projected this morning. So we can expect landfall Wednesday evening, but remember, this evening is when we are going to start receiving tropical storm weather that is going to continue to escalate until we get the outer wall of the Cat 3 force winds, 120 to 125 miles an hour with gusts pushing 150. That's like flying a small airplane. You don't want to put your hand out in it. That is a lot of wind. It's a lot of impact, and it's going to be pushing a tremendous amount of water. Stay in a safe location. The track remains uncertain. The track remains uncertain. Just because we had a small update that says, well, it looks like that eye is going to go into North Venice and not Coquina Beach. Remember, it is uncertain. A tiny little wobble in the other direction will throw the model back at us. But if you look at the size of that storm, and over the next 36 hours, it's going to get larger. Regardless of where it comes in Sarasota or Manatee County, you are going to feel like you're getting hit by a major hurricane. And guess what? Because you are getting hit by a major catastrophic hurricane. With that, I will introduce our Congressman, Vern Buchanan, who I'm sure has been making the rounds up and down his district. And thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Let me just say, let me see how we're going to work this. Yeah, so can you take the
I'll tell you what, how about that'll help you.
Let me just say, I want to thank the emergency managers and the first responders who are tracking and preparing us for this storm and response. I did meet with Florida Power and Light, all their top leaders in the company, and I can tell you they're very focused here in terms of what they're staging in this region. It's gigantic. Sometimes it's a sea of trucks and capability, so help's on the way that way. This is a massive, slow-moving storm. The storm will produce a long period of wind and rain. There could be life-threatening storm surges. As was mentioned a little bit earlier, we've got to take this serious. And I've watched a lot of these storms over the years, and many times we get blessed or lucky, it'll head up north or head down south. I don't think this is the case this time based on all the experts I'm talking about. The track can change, which could have a severe impact. I do want to remind people, and those that were around during Charlie, I just was watching. It was supposed to go up in Tampa. It ended up doing a beeline into Charlotte Harbor, 90 degrees. And then it went from a category 2 to a category 4, like instantly. And I still remember that because we had a lot of employees and families and businesses who were concerned about it. Now is the time to execute your plan. If you don't have a plan, you make sure you do get it. And if you are in an evacuation zone, leave it if you haven't already left. We're monitoring the weather reports. We get a lot of updates. But I want to mention, listen to your local management of facilities. FEMA is deployed and ready. I just got off the line to the top appropriator for Florida, Mario. He's a very good friend of mine. He's called me, and we've made sure that we're going to have whatever resources we need quickly into this region, not just with FEMA, but additional resources from the federal government. Power companies are on standby, but it could be a few days before they get to you. We need to be ready. We need to be safe. But as was mentioned earlier, this is a serious storm. People need to take it seriously. And I'm very concerned kind of for the region, but I'm very hopeful. But I don't think if you take a look at the storm in general, he did mention it might come down to Venice, but it's still in the region. It's a big storm, and we've got to do everything to keep everybody safe. But I will assure you, from my standpoint, a federal response in terms of FEMA and appropriators, we will be ready and supportive and do everything we can to get people back safely and quickly once the storm leaves, ideally on Friday or Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we take questions, I'd like to go ahead and let the Deputy Director and Emergency Management Chief Steve Lischauer share with you all of the activities that have been going on since we started at the level 2 and moved into level 1 this morning at 8 o'clock. Chief?
Thank you, Dr. Hopes. Thank you, Congressman. Again, a lot of this will be reinforcing what Dr. Hope said earlier. We increased our evacuation level this morning. That includes mandatory A and B, voluntary C. If you are in levels A and B, which include mobile homes, manufactured homes, RVs, nursing facilities, and acute care facilities. You need to go now. Please do not refuse to leave. Please take our instructions and directions seriously. This is a serious storm. Surge levels have increased per our 1 o'clock national weather call. Very big surge starting Wednesday, which is less than 24 hours from now. We could see 5 foot to 10 foot surge, and in some areas near that eye of that wall, and both the congressman and Dr. Hopes talked, Venice Beach is not that far away from us. It wobbled, it can re-wobble. Near the wall, surge could be up to 10 to 15 feet. Please do not drive through high water. As we entered into what we call level 1 activation, you could see through the windows, we have an EOC full of our partners that ranges from law enforcement to fire, to the power companies, to utility companies. The Red Cross is here, the health department is here. State assets have already come into our EOC. Out-of-county assets have come here. They're working diligently to prepare for when the storm passes, that we can react as quickly as we can. But please heed our warnings in our evacuations area. Please adhere to the evacuation orders. See mymanatee.org/weather to see your evacuation level or to see a map. If you're going to a shelter, you must take a cot or sleeping bag, personal items, and especially your prescriptions. So please adhere to our instructions. Please be safe and listen to our instructions. Thank you. Folks.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Congressman. And I can't emphasize this enough. Our federal partners, through the funding that Congressman Buchanan and his colleagues have provided, have given us exceptional analytic tools to be able to go in and look at individual homes on streets and look at what the prediction is for storm surge. And when we say 5 to 10 feet, that's 5 to 10 feet above ground level. That's not 5 to 10 feet above sea level. It's above ground level. The federal government has done an exceptional job, and I can tell you because it's a pain in the rear for us to send them all the information. When you have new elevation certificates, they get that data and it goes into the software. And we can literally put a flag on different corners of your home and tell what the storm surge prediction is for your home, whether you're on Wares Creek or Sneed Island, or Anna Maria, or Holmes Beach. And that's how we base these decisions with regards to both the evacuations and the emphasis that we were placing on it. Now, you've spent a lot of time with me over the past year and a half, and I got to thank Congressman Buchanan, because at every single emergency I have overseen, he has been with us multiple times, and he has been making phone calls to ensure that we have the federal support we need. And that doesn't happen in all areas of the country, but it happens right here because of the good work of Congressman Buchanan. Let me tell you what makes me lose sleep in this situation. It's people not heeding the warning and not evacuating. My goal for this stage of the emergency is no fatalities, no deaths among residents and visitors in Manatee County due to this emergency. Now, the sheriff spoke yesterday. They're not going to go handcuff you and yank you out of your home because you didn't evacuate. It's not fair to the good staff, the federal partners, the state partners that are here will be sleeping here. They're going to be locked in tonight. They will not be able to leave. They're here without their families to ensure all of you safely get through this storm. Again, my goal and the goal of every person here over the next 48 hours is no fatalities. None. I don't want to see it in the newspaper. I don't want to bear the burden that I didn't do enough. and the hundreds of people that are working every day. When we tell you it's a mandatory evacuation, we are not doing it because we want to push you around. We are doing it because the information that we have indicates that there is a risk for loss of life. So please, I don't want the police chief on Holmes Beach calling me to say, please don't turn off the water because you know our residents aren't going to leave. If you're on the island, leave. Do us that one favor. Take our advice, protect your life, so we don't have to spend the rest of our life wondering what else we could have done to convince you to evacuate to a safe place that has water, a safe place that probably has electricity, maybe even TV. And if you go to a friend's house, you're going to have good company. Please heed the warnings. You only have a few more hours. Pretty much, I'm sure, come midnight or 2 a.m. tomorrow morning, you won't be out on the road because it will not be safe. If you're in a level A or a level B, evacuate. If you need help, you call 311, you call a friend, we'll see what we can do. Follow the guidance that we're giving you. That's what you pay us to do. With that, I'll take questions.
Hey, Doc, let me add one thing. We've never seen surges 5 to 10 feet. Houston, go look at what happened in Houston just a little bit ago. It became a stationary front. We don't know whether this front's going to move through, how quick. If you get to 10-foot surges, there's going to be a lot of people hurt. Look at Katrina. Look at what happened just in the Bahamas, where there was communities of people that disappeared. So I don't want to be alarmist. That's not my, I like to look at the bright side of thing. But in this scenario, we have to look at the downside as well as the upside. And you've got to take this very seriously, as the doctor was saying, because if you don't, nobody's dealt with 5 to 10 feet of water above this. So just imagine that. You got to be prepared to do everything you can on your part to do that. We're going to do everything we can in terms of bringing resources and everything else, but the storm's going to have to take place. And that's why you have to execute your plan or your family to make sure. I know in our family, I've got 9 grandkids that we had to move them out of the area in a van, that type of thing. So you've got to do what you got to do. But I think this storm is different than anything I've seen. And even on Charlie, that was a narrow SWAT that went through there. And, but you know, I just think about my friends in Houston. I talked to them. The front came in and stayed there. In the Bahamas, it came by and stayed there 2 nights. And that's what, I'm not saying it can happen here, will happen here, but anything's possible. And that's why I think we've got to be prepared for the worst, hope for the best, but we've got to be prepared. So I just would challenge everybody to not take this lightly, because the doctor mentioned earlier, all of us have been in these scenarios where you think a storm here and a storm there, nothing ever shows up much or a little bit here. But this is one, my sense of it is, based on what I'm hearing from my experts, so to speak, this is real, very real. So thank you.
Thank you. Questions?
With the now mandatory B, a lot of people have hotels, and their hotels are in Zone B. Are you anticipating more people going to the shelters now? What should you tell those people who have their reservations canceled?
That's one of the reasons why we opened 2 additional shelters. Hale and Buffalo Creek are middle schools. They have a much larger capacity. So that's and you know, as we did with Irma, and I was on the school board then, we ended up opening shelters that weren't hardened as shelters because we needed to get people off the road. And hopefully other counties are as aggressive as we are with regards to getting the shelters open and getting people in. And those of you that are hesitant to evacuate because you're concerned about getting in, when it's safe to come back in, we are going to do everything we can to expedite your entry to your neighborhoods and your homes.
Do we know how many people are in shelters right now?
Do we have a shelter count yet?
We do, but I don't know.
We'll get it for you for the next briefing. I mean, it's a steady flow. I can tell you that. Anything? Yes, sir.
What advice do you have for people that live outside of the feedback zone and are hunkering down in their homes?
Ensure that you've taken all the precautions that you can take. Go online while you have internet and go to our website. We've got checklists for you. Some basic things like fill water bottles and put them in your freezer and your refrigerator. Turn the temperature down on your refrigerator and your freezer as low as it will go. Because the colder that is and the more you have in the refrigerator and the freezer, when you lose power, should you lose power, the longer it's going to stay cold. So make sure that you've got, your supplies. Remember, the first 72 is on you. At a minimum, you need to be able to sustain your family and you for 72 hours. That means water, that means fuel. Fortunately, I haven't seen long lines. The gas stations are able to get enough fuel and get it out there. You still have a little bit of time to prepare. The weather's not great right now, but at least you can do some of that last minute checklist completion. But if your home, especially if your home was built in the last, like, say, 10 years, hopefully, after 2002, if your home was built before 2002, the hurricane standards there are pretty low, like 90 to 100 miles an hour, and that's not going to help you with this. So the newer your home and the higher your elevation, if you're not in an A and if you're not in a C where you have a propensity to flood, you can shelter in place. But make sure you have those supplies. Make sure you have your medications, and you're prepared to ride out a good 36 to 48 hours of bad weather with possibly no electricity. But just be safe.
And you've also mentioned the island and you're worried about residents up there. Is there any indication that visitors and residents are not evacuating the island?
Well, when I had the police chief of one of the largest cities on the island call me on my way here to this briefing to ask that we do not turn the water off so his residents can stay on the island, that's a pretty good indicator that there's a problem. And I'm going to do everything I can if I have to drive out there myself. But the water is going to be shut off. By sundown, there will be no water being piped to Anna Maria Island, none of the cities. And I guess Longboat Key too, because we provide the water to all the islands. And the lift stations will have to be shut down. And the reason why is because if there is a break, it will contaminate the whole system. And so because residents on the island want to stay there, if we were to leave that water on and then we have a problem, we could have to shut down the entire system for everybody in Manatee County because some people wanted to stay on the island because they're used to riding these storms out. And that's not this kind of storm. Because keep in mind, if you have a problem on the island or in some of these evacuation zones, we can't get there to help you. I will not put our employees at risk because you failed to take our mandatory evacuation order seriously. It's not just about you. It really isn't. We're all in this together. We are one big community, and friends help friends. If you're in an evacuation zone, evacuate and do it before sundown tonight.
One thing I would add is that I would not want to have a 10-foot surge on any of the islands because you might not be there.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, that's what happened in the Bahamas. They had a big surge and they lost communities of people they never found again. And so you've got to take that very, very seriously. Just to add one other thing, because we have a lot of recreational boaters and everybody else, you need to take a look at that as well, or any of your property, because it could be floating out in the bay or something. So, I mean, that's another big issue in Manatee, Sarasota County, all these different boats and things that you got outside. You need to secure that.
Yeah, and that's an important point. I will tell you what I was doing for 2 hours. I mean, I took a break. I took a break after our meetings this morning and the board meeting, and I had to get in a kayak and run lines over to my neighbor's pilings to put my sailboat in the middle of the canal so it didn't end up on somebody's house. So you got to, while it's daylight, take time to do that. And keep in mind, when we talk about this surge, we're not talking about filling up your bathtub where you just kind of watch that water come up. We're talking about the potential of a wall of water being pushed by 120-mile-an-hour winds that is going to go and slam up against your property. We're not talking about a little gradual thing of the seas rising. I mean, we're talking about momentum. We are talking about mass hitting a structure, and you don't want to be in it. Anything else? Everybody's getting the message when we're having the briefings? No problems there? Okay. All right. Thank you. We appreciate you keeping your viewers informed. It's the best way that we can get it out. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Good morning. I'm Tim Dudley, and I am the Director of Hillsborough County Office of Emergency Management. I'll be providing a brief update on Hurricane Ian. I'm joined this morning by County Administrator Bonnie Wise, and I'd like to also welcome Sheriff Chronister, Sherry Jacobs from TICO, Adelie LeGrand from HART, and Chief Dennis Jones, Hillsborough County Fire Rescue Chief. We are ramping up operations here at the ELC in response to a major Hurricane Ian. As it clears Cuba and begin its track towards the west coast of Florida, I want everyone to know that our team is ready, they're locked in, and they're focused. They know the stakes are high and that the residents are very concerned. Our job is to protect you before, during, and after the storm. Yes, we will experience impacts, more than likely significant from Hurricane Ian, and we are ready to face them and respond accordingly very quickly. The hurricane is a Category 3 now and expected to strengthen on its approach. There is still uncertainty on the track, and it could shift again, but we are increasingly facing a great possibility of being directly impacted. Now, the County Administrator, Bonnie Wise, has a major announcement.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. I'm Bonnie Wise, the County Administrator, and I want to thank all of you in the news for helping our residents be informed about this very serious situation that we're facing in Hillsborough County. Yesterday, we issued a mandatory evacuation order for Zone A and recommended a voluntary evacuation for Zone B. Due to the growing intensity and size of the major Hurricane Ian and the increasing likelihood that Hillsborough County will be significantly impacted, we are amending the voluntary evacuation for Zone B to mandatory evacuation. Just to be clear, the voluntary evacuation for Zone B is being upgraded to a mandatory evacuation. This new evacuation will begin at noon today. It affects about 90,000 additional residents. As of now, all residents in Zone A, Zone B, those in mobile or manufactured homes, and those in low-lying areas prone to flooding must be evacuated by 9 p.m. tonight. That's worth repeating, 9 p.m. tonight. Everybody who is evacuating needs to be where they are going. This affects about 390,000 residents in total. Hillsborough Area Regional Transit Authority, HART, will operate in the zones with mandatory evacuations until 9 p.m. The service will be fare-free. I cannot emphasize enough the importance of heeding our evacuation orders. We are here to protect you and your family, and it is in your best interest to evacuate if you live in these specific areas. And remember, you don't need to go to a shelter. Ask a relative, a friend, a coworker who lives inland if you could stay with them. Also, please double check your hurricane kits once again to make sure you have enough supplies and medicine for you and your family to last at least 7 days. I want you to know that you are not facing this alone. We are in this together. We will get through this together. Please stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. I want to underscore what she just said. It's vital that you listen. To use us and evacuate. It is for your safety and the safety of your family. Now for some additional updates. We have opened more than 45 emergency evacuation shelters. And so far we have more than 600 people in the shelters and several pets, and we expect a dramatic increase today. As of this morning, before today's operations began, we had distributed more than 64,000 sandbags. We continue to mobilize resources, assets, at the Florida State Fairgrounds. We are getting calls from people who need help the most and get into shelters, and we are actively assisting those folks. Again, an important note about shelters. Yes, we will provide a safe place for you to go and ride out the storm, but it would be better if you sought out family, friends, or even a hotel out of the impact zones to ride out this storm, but we will have a safe place for you to go. These shelters are our last resort. They're for people who truly need to be there and people who have nowhere else to go. And remember, you could be there for several days. Also, I want everybody to know that we are not just focused on the impacts of the approaching storm. We're also looking forward beyond the impacts after the hurricane has passed. We're currently working on the next phase of operations, and they're currently underway. We want to stay ahead of this, and we need to stay ahead of this. We are staying ahead of this. Please stay tuned for updates. Try to do what we can as long as we can and stay safe. And now I will have comments from Sheriff Cronister.
Thank you, sir. Let me start and begin by thanking our county administrator. Ms. Wise, thank you. Thank you for your diligent efforts and everything that you do with the partnerships that are represented and so many more that are solely focused on keeping our communities safe. I also want to take just a moment to thank the 4,000 employees of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, Chief Dennis Jones, and every employee with Hillsborough County Fire Rescue who kissed their families goodbye this morning, not knowing that they will see their families for the next several days so they can focus on the community and make sure that this community remains as safe as it can be during such a storm. It's been 101 years since Tampa Bay has experienced a storm of this magnitude. The county administrator does not make these decisions lightly. These decisions are focused on public safety and the preservation of life. I am encouraging everybody who now is in evacuation zone A or zone B to heed the warning. Get your families to safety. There's nothing more important than to protect you and your family's life. I have to tell a quick story here if I can. During the last storm that impacted Tampa not too many years ago, there was an elderly female who called 911. The storm conditions were well into the 60-mile-per-hour range. There was extreme flooding. It was some very poor conditions. The emergency medical services decided that with their high-profile vehicles, it would be too unsafe for their employees to respond. We looked at our deputies. Our deputies were begging, can we please go? Can we please go? I looked at them and I said, I'm not going to stop you from going if you want to respond. Go ahead. 4 of them got the most low-profile vehicle they could get in, and they zipped out as quick as they could to this elderly female's residence. She was oxygen dependent. We had implored, begged the residents, as we're doing now, to go to a safer place. She lost electric. She lost that ability to have that oxygen tank. And even with the quick response of deputy sheriffs rushing her to the hospital, she lost her life. This was a senseless loss of life. I don't want to sit here in front of the microphone 2 days from now talking about senseless loss of life. I don't want any of you to have to go to funerals because you didn't want to feel uncomfortable and have to go stay at a friend's house or go stay at a shelter. The time to act is now. Not a time for panic, but a time to act and get your families to that safe place. Last night, I went to bed a little after midnight, and I was so proud to see Interstate 4, Interstate 75 with the traffic jam as much as it was. It's the only time that traffic will make me so happy. You know, you guys, as our community, we are prepared. Please help us be prepared as well. Don't be that individual who picks up the phone and calls for help. I can assure you there's no greater empty feeling than picking up the phone and saying, okay, I'm ready, I need help, and help will not be on the way. Stay safe, everyone.
Thank you, sir. We'll have comments from Sherry from TICO.
Hello, Chuck.
I'm thinking, hold on a minute, I got the volume killed or something. Let me see if I can hear you now.
You hear me now?
Yeah. I had StreamYard muted.
Bah.
Yeah, it's messed up, and it started running away, and almost like a panic attack when then you got some dipshit come in here and start crap.
Hey, everyone in chat. Was somebody coming in your chat causing problems?
Hey, Lily, yeah. coming here wanting to know, talking about my faith and me being a holy person or something. I don't know, I've been here for a while talking to everybody and started asking weird stuff and didn't know who he was talking to. And that was fine. And just then when they talk about elevating the mandate for people to get out of there, I'm not sure. She's right in the middle where it's going to go through, and I'm not sure if that's the mandate around them or that area zone, whatever they call for.
What did Vicky's daughter? Have y'all heard any more from her?
That's what I'm talking about. I've talked to her a minute ago on the phone, and she's watching this and the other stuff around there. But I know where she is, but I don't know what zone it is. I know it was a zone by her that they made it where they were told to leave. And then their area, she said earlier, she wasn't told to leave there, but now they're adding more places onto it. 1 foot of water surge, basically you can't drive in. 3 foot of water surge, you're not going anywhere in a vehicle in it. And then when it gets like 6 to 9 foot surge, you're looking at, you have to be evacuated by aircraft.
Well, I don't know what zone I'm in, but from what I heard, we're probably going to get the wind and the rain.
Now the way it's looking, like it's talking about it's going to stagger across Florida and then ride the coast up towards North Carolina and Georgia, or Georgia and North Carolina.
Oh. Well, I talked to my cousin. My cousin's been in this house and, storms like that. She said the last big one that, this house was built in 1930. So you can imagine the hurricanes and stuff. So I'm just going to ride it out.
I know y'all had a lot of rain, and they're expecting the ones getting the brunt of this, the middle part, 12 inches of rain after the surge.
Dang.
They said everything around there is wet and still holding water, so it ain't going to be a lot of soak up. It's going to be build up runoff. Looks like the middle of it, when it curves up, what I'm seeing on the Weather Channel right now is about the coast right there by Jacksonville is about middle way to a third of the way in the middle of it when they're predicting when it comes up.
Yeah. Sorry. Had to get my cat. Well, I live like 45 minutes from Jacksonville.
You closer to the coast or closer to Jacksonville?
I'm farther out. I mean, I'm in a little country town.
Oh, you're the other side of Jacksonville from the coast.
Yeah. I'm a little country place.
That'll be the edge of the thing coming through, then it looks like, but that's prediction though too.
You never know, it could turn. You never know.
I'll put it this way, by now I'd be over there eating a peach in Georgia somewhere if I lived where they're at.
Yeah.
I'd have done left. As soon as they said it's going to predicting to hit around here anywhere within 100 miles north or south of where I live, okay, I'm getting the hell out of this.
Well, I ain't got no way to get out of this. I could go to my best friend's house, but if it looks like it's going to be too much, I'll run next door to my friend's house. She's got a brick house, and I got a carrier for my cats. I just don't want to have to keep my cats in a kennel the whole time if I was over at her house.
Yeah, just drop them some food out. Which Ray is it? Pop your cam.
Huh?
Told somebody wanted to come up, Ray, and I just wanting to pop his camera.
Hmm.
You ain't gonna pop your cam, I'm not gonna let you up.
It ain't Fat Man, is it?
It just says Ray.
Oh.
And now it says device not connected.
Yeah, you gotta be careful.
Yeah. People impersonate names and all kinds of stuff.
Oh, I was in Tennessee Patriots the other day. He let somebody up, and it was nasty stuff that just showed on there. And he had to get off of his real quick so he could go back and do something to it.
No, it was.
And then we went over on mine.
Hey, Ray.
It didn't like the fact that I had to plug in the camera to the USB port. That's why it wouldn't let me start it back up. So I had to refresh everything or refresh StreamYard.
Funny with it. Me the other day, I was trying to be on live with Bonnie talking and trying to get this channel to work. And I realized somewhere along the line that it don't like you being on multiple cameras on multiple places.
Hey, Ray.
Hey, Crystal. The reason I jumped up, you don't live in Florida, do you?
Yep.
Oh, you do? Are you in the path or are you in the panhandle?
I'm about like an hour and 15 minutes, hour and 20 minutes away from the ocean.
Oh, so you're in the path. Okay.
Yeah, when it crosses over, and my daughter's right down there in the middle of it. Where they're predicting it to be would be if the eye had a bullseye, that's right where they're predicting it hit, and they're still there.
Well, the best thing I'm going to recommend, Crystal, is get water, get bottled water, use jugs, start filling up water, have a couple gallons of bleach so you can disinfect water.
Make sure you got canned stuff and a can opener because the power's gone.
Yep, I've done that before.
Well, the most important thing is going to be water. If things get twisted, I think food's not going to be that hard to come by. I think there'll be a lot of places providing meals and things like that.
Biggest too bad. Oops, sorry, Chuck. Go
I was
ahead.
just saying, love the garden. Yeah, she's right there, damn near on top of where my daughter is.
And
my
the only
daughter,
reason
she's inland coast of Sarasota, right there by the bay, Sarasota Bay or whatever is right below Tampa Bay. She's like all that area they're saying where it's going to come to. Yep, right there.
And you can always go longer without food than you can without water.
Yep.
And if you're like me, I can go twice the amount of what they recommend.
Yeah, I got enough fat on me.
As long as I have one of the camelbacks, whatever you call it, water things, I'd be already in the desert with it for a while.
Well, I'm going to gather some water up for my cats and stuff, too.
Yeah, Lauren, I've seen that. They changing as it goes, but it's wavering and getting bigger, so...
Well, they have to change everything, with the hurricane because, it changes.
Yep.
On an hourly. You're
hot
showing
water, cold water, warm fronts, cold fronts, winds, all that shit, everything. Yeah, one of the predictions I'm seeing right now is like it could go right the center, it could go right through Jacksonville. Then towards Atlanta and cut back out east. Yeah, that's a lot of rain, Lauren, especially in the area that they've been bombarded with rain all September. That I think they said a lot of standing water still there now.
Hell, we could use all that rain over here in Arizona.
Oh, yeah.
If I could, I'd pack it up and send it to you because we got hellacious rain.
Been dry that long. There's one thing about it: you get about 2 inches of rain, and probably seal the ground off, and then it all run all over the place.
You know, as long as it went into the dams, you know, like Lake Mead and things like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be all good.
You thank God that they're about halfway done with my porch because
Hold on a second, guys.
if it was my old porch out there, if it got that much windy, yeah, it would probably took it down.
Yeah, from what you said, it wouldn't have had to been taken down. It would have come down on its own.
Mm-hmm.
Had a buddy of mine. We had bad storms come through here a while back, and he lived in a mobile home. And the front of it was basically could have been a screened off porch, but he never screened it off. And it had some few bad spots in it. And anyway, the front porch was all right. The back porch which was newer, but it had just a solid roof over it with tin and all. It got a weird backdraft that caught up underneath that. The wind was blowing toward the front of the house, but somehow he said it whipped around. When it did, he said it sounded like a car wreck. And it sounded like a car hit the side of his house. And he waited till the storm was over, went out and looked. And that porch on the back blew over the house and come back and slammed against the side of his house on the front.
Damn.
As it kind of picked it up and sucked it forward. That sounded to me like a tornado almost dipped down, but it just went like over the whole house, come around the front, and just stood up and slammed against the side of the house.
That ain't good. My house, that's what my roof is metal.
That's good. Those are usually more secure. So.
I hope so.
Not like shingles. Shingles want to blow all over the place.
Yeah, that's what they put on top of my porch too.
Metal.
Yep.
Yeah, the newer wood that they probably use on the porch is pine, but that roof of that house and they screwed into, depending if they had to redeck it or not, most likely it's probably that old as shiplap oak. And then they run screws through it. It's like you have to tear it 10 to pieces to pull it off.
Sorry, I had to help Milo out there. I had to pull out my tool pouch out of my good bag. He needed a tool. I was going to say something. I was going to ask.
You still got your RV?
No, I never got the RV. The one that I wanted, I was going to get because as the last time I seen him, he just created more questions in regards to it than, and I just didn't feel comfortable. I mean, I backed out. I gave him. Well, no, he's a gentleman that I believe he's in the beginning stages of Alzheimer's, and he doesn't recollect a lot of things. And then, you know, I just didn't. It was a deal that I didn't feel comfortable with. I mean, it cost me $250. I gave him $250 to help him move it from one spot to another in the storage yard. But I'm like, I can't go forward. There's too many. I'm not feeling comfortable at this point in the venture.
Well, if you don't feel comfortable, then don't do it.
Right.
No problem with paperwork or other issues?
Issues with the RV itself.
It was going to turn into a big piece of shit.
Hey, Milo.
Don't encourage him.
Was he trying to say you've been better off to buy a horse and buggy?
Yeah. So now winter's finally starting to hit in, and RV prices and bus prices are going to start going down. So
You
I
hope.
may have one here shortly.
You ought to look into out there where it's at. I don't know if they still got all that FEMA stuff in Alaska, but
Well, I'm not quite ready to get to Alaska yet. I still got at least a year in the lower 48.
no, I thought maybe you was worried about putting that up there. But
Eventually, yes, but right now I still want to go mobile here in the lower 48 because there's some things that I need to hit, places I want to see, kind of a bucket list.
the guy ran into I know over in I don't know if it's here in Texas or Louisiana, but he got a deal on. He had like 10 acres of property, and he wanted it was out in the woods. He ran into somebody had a bunch of FEMA trailers, and a lot of them that were been sitting on a lot since they had a bunch of it going for disasters and stuff. They've been sitting 10, 15 years, and he found it. And some of them were brand new, still had the paper and tape and all that stuff on the inside of them. They wanted them off the land, gave them titles and all free, but he had to move them. He had a certain amount of time to move them. So he got like 8 of them and put it on that property and set them up for his buddies and his family members and stuff. He just had them put out there, and he was going to work on getting electric brought out, but they cost him $800 a piece to move them. And they're all his now. He said he's got a community out there. He's just got to figure his power. It's been about 2 years since I've seen the guy, so he may have got it all set up and moved.
Thanks, Tennessee Ridge Runner, for the prayers.
One of his buddies gave him use of equipment and went out there, and the guy had a bunch of gravel and stuff. And he built a road going back there, so he gave his buddy one of them. Which I guess if things get funny, people want to prep in community. That'd be a good start, having that many together in an area with, I guess, they're 2 bedrooms. So if you had to, how many people could you fit in a 2 bedroom?
2 bedroom, you can get quite a bit actually. You could,
especially if you did bunk beds on them.
Yeah, I mean, technically I've seen 2 full families. So probably you can get about 10 people to be able to live comfortably within a 2 bedroom.
You ought to get you a bus and do it the
I've
way
been
you want.
been thinking about that too. There's a couple buses I found that are reasonable.
Find a bus and somebody giving away a camper and use all the stuff from the camper to make your bus a camper.
Yeah, turning it into a school. Yeah, I've seen a few. I'm looking at things that are sub 5,000. Did it work for you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking this stuff is weather warfare. I really am.
Lord.
The first news I watched about this was when you put it on there.
Me and Vicky were young after we just got married. We went to visit people. Me and her then had a baby bed thing. It was like a bassinet like thing that come off of the stroller. We slept in people's kid room. They took the kid in. Me and Vicky slept in the twin bed, and the baby slept in the bassinet thing. But that wouldn't want to be something you want to do all the time, especially if you're over 30 and you try to sleep 2 people in a twin bed. And somebody isn't going to be able to walk. Like me,
Yeah.
if I generally fall asleep and wake up the same way I'm laying. But
Not to mention, there's not much room. Sorry, Chuck. There's not much room to do the horizontal mambo,
Yeah,
much privacy.
That part, I'm just to sleep. I would be fine with it, but that's probably why I wake up so damn achy and stiff, because the way I get comfortable, I find a certain way where nothing hurts, and I manage to sleep that way all night.
I'm a tosser and a turner.
So Vicky, 5'1", 100 pounds, and she covers 3/4 of her king size bed.
No offense to women, but most women are like that. I found that out when I was married.
I sleep on the edge of my bed. I don't know why. I've got a king size bed and I'm sleeping on the edge of it.
When I was married, I was. I knew the reason why. I'm telling you, my ex-wife, being 5'6" and 105 pounds, small girl, but damn, she took up a lot of room in the bed.
Well, I only have my cats in the bed with me. And
Well, even with
Kush, she sleeps right in my back.
even when I had my dogs, before I had to put Mayday down, they would take over the bed even, and they weren't that big of dogs.
Yeah, but if you got more than one, they don't want to be nowhere near the other.
Oh, these two they loved each other. They would sleep right next to each other all the time.
Well, I've got Mary Jane on one side of my bed and I've got Kush on the other. No, she ain't even up here right now. Nope. But Kush is right in my back. He stays up under me more than she does.
Benjamin, I don't want to hear about you tossing no salad.
Oh, gross. Ew.
Right?
I don't want to talk about that subject at all.
Makes me think of that joke that comedian doing. Some folks like jelly. I prefer syrup.
Here comes Chuck's train.
I guess Key West has got 2 or 3 foot of water all in it.
Already?
Yep, I'm watching it on the Weather Channel showing resident of Key West walking in the road, and it looks some parts of it's waist deep.
Those two guys you was watching earlier, that one guy that kept on popping on and popping out, that boy looked like he was a teenager.
Yeah, the one guy in the bottom corner.
Uh-huh.
I think he's a meteorologist. Thing. Let me see if anything changed real quick.
It's post-storm that's even worse. If you see a down line, please don't go out and touch it. If you go into an intersection that doesn't have lights working, it's an uncontrolled intersection and everybody's supposed to stop. Let's be safe out there. Let's make sure that we get through this storm safely. And again, keep an eye on your neighbors. I'd now like to ask Commissioner McKinley to come up. She represents our westernmost communities.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me squeeze a little bit of time into your press conference. I want to assure, we're watching this storm shift a little bit to the east, and there's always a concern that not so much what happens here in downtown West Palm Beach, but what happens 50 to 60 miles west of here. We have been in touch with the Army Corps of Engineers. They assure us that the dike is in the best position it's been in decades. Almost all of the repairs have been completed on the dike right now. The lake is about 2.5 feet below where it normally is this time of the year, so there's plenty of storage space available in the lake. We have also been, my office and the County Emergency Operations Center has also been in touch with the Fish and Wildlife Commission and the Water Management District to make sure that all of their systems are working and they are coordinating with one another to make sure those communities, particularly out in the acreage, in addition to the glades, won't flood during this storm. It's also important to note, I noticed on the way here, our swales are starting to fill up. Please remember that our systems are designed to keep your home from flooding. It is normal to see those water levels rise up in the swales, and you could expect some yard flooding. We're doing everything we can to make sure that your yards don't flood. A last note, it is campaign season. Be a responsible candidate. If you have not secured your campaign signs, please make sure you're doing that. And then just a note of personal privilege. My dad is in Sarasota saying a lot of prayers tonight. So Dad, if you're watching this, please be smart and stay safe. Thank you.
That kind of scares me when they say,
Okay, we'll
hey,
take
we're the
questions
government,
if there
trust
are any.
us.
Okay, I'm not seeing anybody clamor to ask any questions. You must have done a great job. Oh, we have one? Okay.
Anytime the government says trust us.
Yeah, you better pucker your butt.
Right?
I think it's manufactured, in my opinion.
So when's it supposed to reach landfall? Tomorrow or Thursday?
I'm thinking in the morning sometime. I don't know.
Because I heard Thursday, and then I was watching you a little bit, and you were showing it on, your live here. And it looked like it was going to hit Wednesday.
Yeah, I heard Thursday and then I heard Wednesday, so.
All depends on how fast it's rolling. They said it was kind of lulling earlier, but I think it started back moving.
I'm just going to stay in my house. And pray. I got other people praying for me.
Yeah.
I don't want to put my cats in a kennel and go to my best friend's house and have to keep them in there and not let them out at all. She's got dogs and cats, and my cats don't like dogs, and her cats don't like other cats. So, and I'm not going to leave my babies here by themselves. So I'll sit here and ride it out with them.
Yeah, I think you'll be okay.
Those are just like my kids, And when I took the responsibility on getting them, I took the responsibility to make sure they're okay too.
Right.
And they're not.
It's moving north-northeast at 10 mile an hour. 120 mile an hour winds, pressure is 953.
Well, somebody might be landing in the Wizard of Oz. I hope they listen. They're telling people, look, they're turning off things too, so the sewage and stuff like that.
Off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. I'll get you. You and your little dog Toto too.
Well, I'll let my house fly up in the air if it'll land on Nancy Pelosi. Or Kathleen
Yeah, they're saying the first Karen was the witch the house landed on the Wizard of Oz. So said she was the first Karen.
Did y'all hear about her getting booed in New York?
Nope.
Yeah, Nancy Pelosi went to some concert in New York, and she got on stage and everybody was booing her.
Huh.
And she got mad. I think her boys were there with her. Her kids were there or something.
I'm not sure what this is. No, I don't want to hear that. Don't know if I got any music up here. Change everybody's mood and play Baby Saying Grace.
Heavenly Father, thank you so much for this food. Thank you so much for my beautiful girls. Let this food bless our bodies and keep us safe. In His Son's name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
8. That was sweet.
Cute.
The way to train. It sucks that we can't even play music anymore.
Yeah, Nancy Pelosi's code name is Grey Goose.
Yep. That's her favorite vodka, huh?
Yeah, that's her code name too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think so. I heard that somewhere. It might have been one of them other congressmen or senators riding her, but I think it was one of them said it.
Well, at least it's fitting for her.
Oh, yeah. With $25 half pints of ice cream and her $25,000 freezer.
Yep. Her and Joe must be really, really close because they both love their ice cream, don't they?
Oh, yeah. Wobbling duck.
I'll tell you somebody is really, really close to Potato Head, and that's Lindsey Graham.
I'm not real sure, Kentucky Moon. The way he talks is talking about to the west, and west of them is the UN and all that, and over there in Europe.
You know, the more I've been thinking about it, the more I'm kind of worried and scared about this coming November. If there is a red wave, that's going to scare me because, you know, Potato Head is going to become a lame duck. But what is it that they're going to try to do and take away from American citizens between November and the time those officials officially take office? That's kind of scary to think about.
Yeah.
I don't know. Are we even going to have one?
Although it'll still happen. I mean,
The thing about it, no matter what they do, that it's not going to instantly undo all the stuff that they've done to our economic system and our food processing. And I don't know if anybody's been paying attention, but all the stuff that was supposed to grow this year, it was just as hard on the farmers as it was people trying to grow gardens. What they grow, they destroyed. So that tells that then we lived this year off of last year, so that tells you what's coming next year.
I just put my trust in God. Let Him deal with it.
Well, I think we're going to see a lot of people having Spam turkeys this year for Thanksgiving and Christmas. Meat, poultry, all that. Remember, the farmers were trying to raise this livestock during spring, summer for us to consume, fall and winter, and I don't think a lot of people are going to be able to afford much more than Spam when it comes to meat.
I like Spam.
I'm not a big fan of it. Let me take it back. I would eat anything but Spam.
I like Spam better than I do that treat meat.
I might actually eat the vat meat before I ate Spam. It's not as appetizing to me as it is to a lot of people.
Yeah, me too. And when you shake it out of the can and it makes that noise, I'm like,
Well, I hope it's gone before Friday. I get my check Friday.
Don't forget, Ben, those Doritos are probably going to start getting made with cricket flour.
They already
are. I don't eat them.
I just let them eat cake.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to make me some spaghetti tomorrow that I can put in the refrigerator that I can eat on a couple of days if I have to.
Yeah, like everybody can eat ice cream. That's how far distant they are to the actual real problems there. They just don't care, which I think is some of both. Most don't understand and don't care because it doesn't pertain to them. And I'm talking about politicians, not just people in general.
Why can't this hit the White House, man? Well, Taterhead ain't even there anyway, but.
It sounds good. Those Chester popcorn things, the cheddar cheese ones.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody told me to watch the label on them, so I haven't even looked. I haven't had any of them in a long time, and I wouldn't doubt if they trying to slip something in.
Yep. The reason I don't like eating out at fast food places. I ain't ate McDonald's in years and won't.
So, Milo.
Hey, Milo.
I think you're muted on your end.
Hang on it. Yeah, there I go. Okay.
Okay. You're letting the riffraff in, so I'm going to get out.
Oh, no, because we're going to make you eat Spam.
No.
I heard you say you're not going to eat Spam. We're going to make you eat Spam. It can actually be quite tasty.
No. I prefer not to eat Spam. Thank you very much. Like Nancy Reagan said, just say no.
Ray says he's going to fix him something else, Milo. You could eat all of it you want.
I'll eat the dog food before I eat Spam.
Ooh.
It's okay, but the dog food's crunchy.
That's fine.
You just put it in some milk.
Right?
That's what Denny Moore beef stew smells like to me, like somebody opened a can of dog food.
If anything, I can always go, if I feel like seafood, I can go to the grocery store and get a thing of cat food, the soft cat food with shrimp in it.
Hell, the cost of stuff anymore, you'd be just as well to buy a tuna.
Tuna, I can devour some tuna. I like tuna. As
I
long
eat
as it's
straight
mixed
out
right
of
with
can.
mayonnaise. No, it's got to have mayonnaise.
I pop a can open and hit it with a little bit of pepper and eat it straight out of the can.
Too
Hey,
dry for me.
I'll take a can of salmon and pour it out and eat it like that.
I can't eat salmon. Salmon and trout both have that weird wang that they both have. To me, it's almost like diesel fuel.
Trout I love. I can devour some trout, boy.
But there's some things that hit me like that, like potatoes. If they're not done right, to me, it's like I'm eating something that's got dirt in it. I can taste the dirt.
That's because people ain't washing them off, it sounds like to me.
No, because I got this. I feel the same way when it comes to peppers there, Chuck.
I look at seafood this way, other than tuna. If you don't catch it fresh, it ain't worth it.
That's why I like crawfish, because you can get them, they're alive.
Yeah. Well,
I got some.
I mean,
Yeah, something about sucking the brains out of a crustacean just is not appetizing to me.
It's awesome. It's really the flavor, because a lot of the spices hold up in the shell. I pop the shell out and get the tamale out of it. It's just a big hunk of fat right there behind its head. Looks like mustard pudding.
okay, well, I don't know what mustard pudding is. I don't know if I try that.
That's about the texture of it. It tastes all right. It's kind of I don't know, like a super strong.
It's like my ex-husband's family, they like the roe. I think it's called the roe or something out of a pregnant fish.
Oh yeah.
Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna get my daughter on the phone. I'll be back in a second.
Okay.
Yeah, the roe is the eggs out of a female fish. It's also known as, well, caviar.
I don't like caviar.
Well, that's what it is, fish eggs.
Fish heads, roly-poly fish heads. Sorry, I just got silent and,
My
bonus points if you know who actually wrote that song.
No.
I have no idea.
Ogden and Steers. It was always on Dr. Demento.
I remember it from like Ren and Stimpy.
No, that would have been I'm the catcher, or I am the pitcher, you are the catcher.
No, I had the Ren and Stimpy album on tape, and they had roly-poly fish heads.
Roly-poly fish heads.
Yep.
That's what the name of the song. Well, on Dr. Demento, it was Fish Heads, but yes, the actual name of the song was Roly-Poly Fish Heads. Hey, you know what? Dr. Demento was weird.
But he had nothing on Milo. Just saying. Not saying, just saying.
Benjamin, if you pull that Spam out of there and take the cheese, I don't have to have it on it. Change that to bacon, lettuce, and tomato, and mayo. Yeah, that'll work.
Well,
BLT, but I like making
You
BLT.
always have to have the choice of spam, 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 eggs and spam.
Yeah, I'll let the
Spam.
Hawaiians have that spam.
Yeah, I'd go to the local roadkill cafe before spam.
Yeah, they're like, they asked me one day about putting up for prep spam. I said, what, you going to try to put me on a diet and if something goes bad? I tried it here a while back, and I cooked it like Dad used to. You cut the brown, real, both sides of it kind of almost crisp on the edges, and it like it tasted all right till I got the burps from it.
Oh, and then they're just too salty.
I'd rather have like the bacon. As far as the lettuce, if it ain't really good lettuce, I don't want that on there either. I saw a video a guy did when he was making BLTs. He did everything, got all the bacon ready. He chopped the lettuce up, and he took, when the bacon was done, he took some of the bacon grease and spooned it over the lettuce. And he goes, "This is how you prepare your lettuce for your BLT." And then he walks over to the trash. He said the bacon grease helps it slip off the plate. He dumped it in the garbage.
Now, the real problem with spam is all the salt. It just, you can't. You got to chop it up and cook it with something else that needs the salt. And it can finally get that taste out of it.
Yeah, I watched somebody open a can of it from like the 60s on something, and they were eating it. And I was like, It looked like a new can when he opened it up, and I was like, the stuff in a can don't live 50 years.
Well, what did I hear is back in 2020, they actually started making new cans of spam. They were running out of what they had produced already.
Oh, you mean they ran out of the World War One production?
Well, people were buying it up finally, and all of a sudden spam went, we need to make more.
Except in Hawaii, that's their main meat staple.
You know what? And it's funny. Honest to God, there was a Hawaiian that worked in the gun store I used to go to. And at Christmas time, you bring him 4 or 5 cans of spam, and he was just so ecstatic because, yeah, they love it.
I guess they during World War II and stuff over there with all the GIs and stuff when they got used to it.
They really did. They did.
It
was with as few animals that are on Hawaiian Islands. This was only that was the only meat they ever actually got to have. And I mean, they've learned to do a lot of things with it.
Man, I'd love some bacon, but it costs so much right now.
Yeah, Kentucky Moon Wilt lettuce, that's a big thing with the Appalachians up there. I'm watching them make it. I've had it, I think, when I was younger at my Aunt and Uncle's house in Tennessee. But I don't remember what it tasted like. And I watched them do it. It almost looked sort of like greens.
I know I'm from Indiana, but that's one thing I miss. It's collard greens.
If all the stuff that I like won't have spam, I'll wreck any of the greens. I'll even eat poke salad if it's somebody old makes it.
Yeah, you better watch how you make that.
Yep, it's poison if you don't do it right. You got to catch it young. You got to boil it a few times, pour the water off of it multiple times, rinse it. That's why I said I won't eat it unless somebody old I know does it.
I'm just trying to figure out how many times my grandmother just damn near killed us making mustard greens, boiling the crap out of those, and making mustard gas.
Mustard gas. You talking about something that comes out of yourself or what?
No, that was what Germany unleashed on our troops in World War One. But it was actually, if you boil mustard greens long enough, there is a toxic gas that comes out of it.
Never heard of that.
Yeah.
Yep, mustard greens, collard greens, turnip greens, I wreck all of them.
Oh, now I'm hungry for one. I really want a turnip. Fresh
Yes.
out of the garden.
Yeah, some greens with some pot liquor poured over the top of your cornbread sounds awesome right now.
Cornbread itself sounds awesome right now.
Okay. But do you like actual corn in your cornbread?
That's good.
That what?
Corn in your cornbread's good.
Oh, it's good. Yes, it is.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go to bed. So it was a blast. I just jumped up to show you support Chuck and to find out exactly whether or not Crystal was in the path.
Thank
So,
you for asking.
I hope you the best, and I'm sure I'll see you throughout the week.
Yeah. Good
All right,
night.
y'all have a good night.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna drop down too to go to sleep.
Yeah, I got to do the same. I got to get some sleep. I got to go to work tomorrow.
Yeah, it's almost 1:30 here.
It's 2:21 here.
It's what?
11:20 here. I got to be up and going to work at 4:30. So
That's it. It's 2:21 here.
Yeah.
y'all have a good one, y'all.
Take it
You
easy.
too, Milo. Have a good one, Chuck.
You see you later, Chris. Have a good
All
night.
right, have it. Good night, everybody in chat. Love y'all.
Much love. Yeah, I guess y'all, I'll wrap it up. Been working on 6 hours, and I may pop it off back on if I see anything weird happen. I don't know how well I'm gonna be able to sleep. Yeah, Mexican cornbread, Kentucky moon's awesome. Good night, y'all. Thanks for coming. Much love to y'all. Prayers for everybody in the wake of this. Have a good night. Bye.